think we should start just at the very...
I was born at an early age. You want me to start with that?
You're born at 0 days old. So, we're rolling. Aunt Nunu. Get in the frame for a second. Okay, today is
Monday.
January 27th, 2019. Been doing oral history with Nunu.
Okay.
So let's start off. Just tell me some basics of your full name, when you were born, where.
Okay. I was born Lucille Sager.
Middle name?
No, I gave me one. I don't like it, so I don't tell it. And I was born in Brooklyn, New York, the capital of the universe, at the Williamsburg Maternity Hospital, as were several of my cousins. We had a common birthplace because the Sagers did what each other did, pretty much. And the doctor I had was Dr. Arthur Feller, who was a very interesting, old-fashioned, dedicated doctor. He'd come to the house if I was sick, and while he was there, my grandmother lived with us. He would check her blood pressure just to be sure, or whatever else anybody needed, and it was the same $2 or $3 for the visit. But that was before Medicare and before insurance. It was called caring.
So, you were born into, and who was living in the house at the time?
I was born in, but I was born in the flapper era. And my parents, as young marrieds, had an apartment, which I don't really recall. Or we may have lived in Brooklyn with my grandmother for a while and then moved into the apartment. I'm not quite sure of that. But we did live, from pictures I've seen, we lived in an apartment house, in an apartment. And the next recollection I have is we moved from this flapper era, in which my parents were married in 25, on to Depression years. And the problem was my mother, Mary Moldowski Sager, was one of 5 children. Her father died suddenly and tragically of a stroke, left my grandmother with these 5 children. The oldest was Mother, who was 20 years old when she married my daddy. And the next one was Aunt Sophie, who was about 4 or 5 years younger. And then there were the twins, Martin and Ralph. Sophie was likewise a twin, but soon after her father died, months later, he died at age 16 of rheumatic fever. And in those days, there was no cure for rheumatic. Kids got that. Today, they use penicillin, and you don't hear of rheumatic fever anymore. So anyway, and Martin and Ralph were in high school. And that's the family that we were consolidated into at the time of either Grandma's, not her birth, but very young. And we did that to survive. The Depression came. My father, as a manufacturing jeweler, naturally had a great hit. And
are you alive?
yes,
Hello.
but there,
Okay, no party.
No.
All right.
Okay, we're doing a video.
Oh,
Any?
that's right.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, hi. That is so cool.
Absolutely. You can buy a ticket in advance. They're cheaper.
The worst part is she makes all this stuff up.
Beast,
Nothing is true.
beast. This is Steve.
I'm Steve. Nice to meet you, pal.
He's my tormentor. This
Okay.
is my sister's grandson.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where do you live?
I live in New York.
You are? Oh, you
City,
are.
yeah.
Okay.
He's
Yeah,
from
I forgot.
Rochester. He's from the boonies. He's from Rochester.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So, and then before that, St. Louis. But yeah. Oh, this is cool.
What's
I'll
doing?
talk to you. No, nothing. Well, Wendy was with Wendy at the pool yesterday, and the heaters still aren't working. And she hasn't done anything. I just called Charles
Yeah.
to rattle his cage to get the Rick to order the freaking heaters. Our heaters have been broken in our
Go across the street.
but anyway, we were talking about Holocaust, and I told her about your daughter-in-law. She would like to meet her, and
Great.
I would like to go up too with Wendy, because Wendy's dad. I get out of here. Wendy's dad, as I told you, was Holocaust survivor. He wrote a book. Wendy's got the book. Penn State. They live in Harrisburg, or he just passed.
I know.
as
I
you know.
remember. Yeah.
And they either have a wing or a building in his name, in his honor. He didn't contribute money like most people. He might have, but not millions of dollars to do like you did for your wing.
Yes, of course. Yes.
So, but anyway, I'll
Okay.
remind you. But
I will make it happen.
yeah.
And I'll just light it.
That'll be cool. And then I don't know whether you want to do that or not.
Of course I
To
do.
come up with to come up. But I've never been.
To where?
To go up to Boca to the museum there, so to see it. But
I don't know about I haven't seen the Belka Museum either.
oh,
Linda's at
so
Linda's at FAU.
Yeah.
And she lives up this. I'll have her meet Wendy.
But-
She'd like Wendy.
Yeah. So,
Thank you.
all right.
That's so
Nice
kind.
to meet you later. Okay,
Take care, sweetie.
All right. Have fun.
Remember Dr. Michigan on Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday. Yeah. All right. See you later.
Right
See ya.
on. Steve is a driver on this. He drives for me, takes me, and he's fabulous.
You don't drive anymore.
But it's so cute. I used to leave the door open because he just put his head in the door. Phil, are you all right? So kind.
That's great.
Yeah, I love living here. It's multi-age, and he insists that I'm more fun to talk to than anybody else around these old farts. Anyway, so where was I?
Let me ask you some specific things.
Okay.
First off, how old are you?
93. I'm 93 and proud of it.
Right. And
Age, as my mom would say, it's just a number. It's just a number. And the longer I live, the more I realize it's where your head is at, what you're oriented to. Some people spend most of their energy trying to recapture the past or what used to be or how they used to do it. And maybe it's because I've had young people around me. We between Mom and Grandma and me, we had eight of you kids, and there was always young people and colleges and prep school and this and that. So we were always involved with younger thoughts and activity. And my parents, my Bubby was like younger than springtime.
yeah.
So,
Yeah. Before we get more into like your life,
yeah.
I want to talk about them a little more.
Oh.
Pop-up. So Pop-up came over here when he was 16.
And that's an odyssey and a story all itself.
Right.
Because they lived in Minsk, Russia, my daddy's family. And there were 7 of them. My father was second youngest. Uncle Jack Sager was the youngest. And Daddy, at 16, was a big, tall kid. And he had given his birth certificate to a cousin to keep him out of the army. And strolling around, he ran into some of the Cossacks or whoever, and they asked for his papers, which he did not have. And they ordered him to report to the council or whoever the next day and to bring his papers. Naturally, he said he left them home or his mother had, whatever he said. So he came home and told his folks. And that minute, they knew they had to get him out. They packed, as they went in those days, they packed a feather bed, a feather pillow, and candlesticks for Shabbos. And my father was on the lam. He went from house to house in the village in the cellar, so that if they came looking, they wouldn't find him. And they packed up, and they bribed somebody to come with a horse and wagon. And my father used to still weep at the story of them leaving his grandmother behind, who could have gotten out legally, but said she had lived her life. She was elderly. She couldn't see. She says, you must go and save your child. And they put Daddy in a wagon under the hay, took little Jack, and he was 12, I guess. And they left the border, and they must have paid somebody off to do that. And they got him, and they came across on the Trans-Siberian Railway. And they got on, and the trick was they would hide him. There was a well under the seat, and when the conductors would come, they would hide him. And that's how they traveled across, I guess, to Japan. Or was it China? And Daddy came across from there to Seattle, Washington. Now, I'm not clear as how the grandparents came, whether they took that journey with him or not. He was never clear about that, because he told of them of coming to Seattle, and the Hayas, which is an organization that was repatriating the immigrants. He couldn't speak a word. They pinned a piece of paper on him with a safety pin and sent him to. He didn't. He had papers. He knew where his sister Aunt Rose was. He knew where his, they were the older ones were already here. And he ended up in Brooklyn, in Williamsburg, at his older brother's girlfriend's home. For some reason, he had that address of 76 Penn Street, Brooklyn. And they embraced each other. This was a big brownstone house, and evidently they housed him. And his parents got to Uncle Lizzie, who was here, and Daddy's father was a butcher, so Uncle Lizzie put him to work in his butcher shop, and he, housed them. But they sort of had a protection going on amongst themselves. And then they were Mishpucha of Aunt Rose's husband. That's Aunt Rose Rifkin was his older sister, who was in the jewelry business. Anyway, and they took my father in. My father had been an apprentice in Minsk with a jeweler. Yeah, and he used to talk how they would file on metal, copper or whatever, to learn the fine points and all that. So he already had some background, and he worked, and ultimately he went to work for my mother's father, Joseph Moldowski, at 105 Canal Street, and married the boss's daughter, ultimately. I mean, that's the modern version.
He came here in 1916.
Yep. Yeah. He was 16 years old. And I guess by the time he was 19, I don't know, because my parents were married. My father was 5 years older than my mother. She was 20. So in those years, he was working for somebody and ended up moving up.
Your mom was born here.
My mother came here at the age of 2.
From Odessa.
No, from Odessa, with her mother, with a stopover in Paris, where my grandmother's sister and brother had migrated, and one of whom was a jeweler, as a matter of fact. And my grandfather, which was typical, preceded them to find a place to live, a place to work. So that's how these things came about. They happened.
So there was still a lot of family left in Europe. Didn't come over.
No, all of these Sagers were here. My father's older siblings, he was one of 7.
But they
Five.
had other cousins and stuff. I thought
There were other, eventually, either they were here or they got here. I'm not sure of
Pop-up
the,
said in the tape
yeah,
that there were other family members that
okay.
might have not come that were
Yeah.
killed in World War II.
Okay, so I wasn't familiar with that many of them. And we also saw more of the Sager clan as it worked out geographically or whatever. And there were more of them.
So your parents spoke Yiddish to each other?
My by the time I was a little kid, they spoke English perfectly fine because my father was in business. My mother worked in her father's place. And they knew English. They spoke Yiddish. They knew Yiddish perfectly because they didn't want us to understand.
Right.
As a result, take me anywhere where they're talking Yiddish, I'll translate it for you. I would eavesdrop, or I just couldn't help it because when the others got together, the older ones, they spoke a lot more Yiddish, and I still, my older cousins knew, yeah, they were spoken to in Yiddish. The older siblings, the older cousins, because their parents were older. And their parents weren't in the same milieu as Grandpa, who was a businessman, was in the business world in New York. They were shopkeepers, In fact, they were poor as could be.
They didn't really need to know it much.
Well, Uncle Sam, to give you an example, my father's sister Sadie was married to Sam, and they lived in Richmond, and they had a store, a grocery store in the black neighborhood, and they had the black people were their customers because they had a book and they paid when they got paid, and they carried them, so that was the system. But Uncle Sam couldn't understand or read English, so he gave everybody a Yiddish name. So they were Hochschmeyer, and he used to call his helper, the black guy, Hochschmeyer, and different names, so that if you looked at his books and his accounting, you'd have to read his Yiddish to know. I still remember thinking how funny. And there was a penny candy counter in the store, and we played store, Sylvia and I. I mean, I had cousins, we had age similar, and we grew up in clusters,
Your dad also spoke Russian, right?
He spoke Russian, but he didn't speak an intelligentsia Russian. His Russian was like street Russian, because his education was in a cheder, in the Jewish school.
Right.
That was the extent of their education. Yeah. So he really was literate and read. They had schools at night for the immigrants to read and learn English. And he attended. So he could read, he could write, he could, function.
Did he have like fond memories of growing up in Minsk? Like under that kind of Russian rule?
You know what? It seemed like life was hard. I don't think what he did as a kid, he said his father was a kosher butcher, and he would be sent out to lead lamb and little live animals. He says down into the town where they had to be slaughtered in the traditional way. So as a kid of 10 years old, he used to lead the sheep and the little lamb into where they had to be slaughtered. Yeah. And then he spoke. They didn't have a lot. He said a dinner was a piece of hard. He said what kept them alive was the hard, good pumpernickel bread that was home baked or bought locally baked, and that and a piece of herring and a tzibala, an onion, was a meal. They didn't have a lot. Maybe they had more than some because as a butcher there must have been meat. But he didn't speak of anything lavish. They were fed. There were 7 kids. that were raised. And he spoke of a grandmother who may or may not have been living with them.
Do you remember anything he said about his grandparents?
That's what I'm saying. They left behind a grandmother.
Right. Do you know any details about her?
Not really, except that she wouldn't come.
Right.
She wouldn't come. And he said that was a very hard rendering for them all to part with her. Yeah.
What about his parents, your grandparents, on either side? What do you remember about them?
The only one I knew was my mother's mother, my grandmother, Rose. Because the old folks, my father was the second youngest. So your mother and I are the younger echelon of the mishpacha. The older ones do remember. And I know that the Bubby, my father's mother, is buried in Richmond. So she ended up in Richmond with her oldest child, Rose. And I think my grandfather as well. Martin Sager, who was very good at knowing where everything and everybody was, is gone. He's the oldest grandchild. And he would have known, but I'm not sure where the Zeta is. Very well likely he was there with her. I don't know, and the Bubby was in Richmond and died when my mother was pregnant with Grandma. So she was, and that's why Gloria is named for that Bubby.
I see.
Gitta River was the Bubby, and that's how Gloria Renee got her name. She was born a little while after they buried the Bubby. My mother was already pregnant, and they knew my mother was going to have a girl because that's a mitzvah to have the name, fresh.
Right.
So that's how Gloria was named, after the paternal Bubby.
I have to stop this every 20 minutes or so.
Okay.
Just restart it. Do you know who are you named after?
Oh, my name is a very interesting name in its origin, because there was somebody, an aunt, a cousin, somebody in the family. It was common in a big family to have one of the newcomers to the country take them in and to help, because my grandmother had the 5 children, and my mother was a favorite to this pseudo-Bubby. I don't even think there was a blood relation. And she adored my mother. And my mother was sickly. My mother got something very serious illness. Maybe diphtheria. I knew, but I can't be sure anymore. And my mother was in the hospital. And she said this woman was by her side a lot. Don't forget, Grandma had 4 younger ones, one of whom was ill with rheumatic fever. And when my mother was said, she remembered this, even though she was ill and fevered, and she says, God knew I should lay in her grave, because they thought Mother was going to die. And this woman's prayer was that she should go and spare my mother. And my mother did survive, and she died. I haven't thought of that in years, but that's one of the stories I remember hearing. How she was, I don't know if she was childless or what. And my mother was the firstborn in that family, and so that was it. She was very close to her, and her prayer, I don't know how old she was that God should take her, but not this child.
Were either of your parents religious much?
My father was in a family who were Orthodox. Well, there in those days, everybody, you're Jewish, you were Orthodox. They didn't know from and conservatism, I think, really developed in Germany more. And here it grew. So my father paid lip service. I remember being raised in a kosher home, and I think out of respect each generation to their parents, my mother always says we have to have a home where our parents can eat. And we always were in Brooklyn. You lived in neighborhoods, and the neighborhoods had an ethnic identity pretty much. It wasn't like homogenized in our cultures today, or like here, my neighbors are Spanish, my neighbors are black, my neighbors are, whatever.
Yeah.
So everything we did was traditional, and of course, Passover was a mega affair. At my grandmother's home, she always had a house with a big dining room. In fact, most of those people's homes were predominantly a dining room and a smaller living room of some kind, usually with a sleep-in couch. The guest room.
The food and the family is important.
Well, and there also wasn't places to get that so much of the food, like a walk-in restaurant. If it wasn't kosher, they didn't go.
Right.
And on the Lower East Side, things were stylized koshers. But people drifted away slowly. But being in a neighborhood, everything was available. Because there was a kosher butcher, a market, a grocery store, and a fish store. I remember going to fish stores where the fishmonger would hold up the fish. My grandmother would shake her head and clop the fish on the head. That's the fish. At 29 cents, probably a pound, because nobody liked fish.
Do you remember some of the meals that your mom used to make?
Honey, I remember vaguely that we didn't have money, but it was veiled. Right? When we lived all together, that's why we all lived together in a private home in a lovely neighborhood, and it was like a big downstairs apartment. So the years when we were together, when Martin and Ralph were still in high school, so there was a room for Mother, Daddy, and the baby. Grandma was in a crib. The two boys had a bedroom, and my grandmother and Sophie and I had the third bedroom. So we had twin beds, and Aunt Sophie and I slept head to toe in the other bed. So that was our space, and one bathroom. And my grandmother, if she mashed a potato, it was something divine. She had a touch, and everything was tasty. And I think that we had no idea of how much of it was stretched food, if you know what I mean. Everything to us tastes good. The bread was always good. And I remember going with her marketing as a little kid. And when we went to the bakery, everything smelled and looked so good. And she would always sort of walk a little bit to the side and say, "We'll take from here," because it was day-old bread. See, so instead of a dime, it was probably a nickel. But we never, and everything was always cordial. There was always something to serve. She'd make strudel and cookies. And on Friday, she would make her own noodles for the soup, and scrubbed and rubbed and cooked.
At this point, you're talking about Flatbush, Midwood, or is it still really?
No, I'm talking about Flatbush, yes, because that was our headquarters. But in those days, and that's where we lived when I started first grade, was in Ocean Parkway of Brooklyn. That's where we lived together, and that's where Martin and Ralph were graduated high school, I remember. Ralph went to James Madison High. Uncle Martin went to Boys High. Why I remember that, I don't know. Ralphie played lacrosse, I remember that. That's the kaleidoscope. It was just there. And then Sophie, as a special treat, would buy Mommy and Grandma and me matching dresses. Do you know what a thrill that was and what a gift? You know, it was like treasures because she used to take in sew clothes for us. You know how? From something she couldn't wear anymore. I particularly remember a flowered velvet skirt on something. She wore it to death, probably, cut off the good part, and made, I remember me, a twirly skirt, meaning it had fluff, like really. And then,
Repurpose old stuff.
yep, she even made us, I remember she said, from my father had old silk shirts. She made Gloria and me panties out of the silk shirts. And we thought we were the cat's pajamas.
Yeah. So you had a lot of good memories.
The memory, I don't remember poverty, being poor. I only remember one incident that stuck in my mind. My mother took a pair of grandma's shoes, and they had a hole in the sole. She took a couple of layers of cardboard and inserted them in the shoe, which I had never seen before. And she said, next week, Daddy will bring us some money and we're going to buy you new shoes. We'll get you new shoes. So that was really an indication of the fact that we didn't have an abundance of money, although we had everything we basically needed. And that was a perfectly acceptable thing to say and to do. She got whatever. Yeah.
And everyone around you in the neighborhood is similar.
And nobody complained.
Right.
We did live in a very nice neighborhood in a very nice house. And my grandmother always had a beautiful thing in the home. And it was pretty. She had lovely silk-covered couch. She always had beautiful window. I think that's because she had a home at the time. My grandfather was, or right after he was gone, and she had a house with her children, and it was very well kept and all that. So I think that was the end of the money time. That depression depleted the kinds of income or money that was available.
So you don't remember like a shift before and after the depression?
I do. Well, the depression was, when we moved apart, that was, I guess, a sign, because we got our own apartment. And they had their own apartment. Sophie and Grandma and the boys. And they were together. And they lived, in those days, there was a lot of two-family houses, private houses. And they always had a place in the private house, an apartment there. And we lived in an apartment building at 1417 Avenue K, amongst them. That's where Grandma started school. Well, but we moved around all over Flatbush. My mother had wanderlust, and we go from apartment to apartment. I remember once we never unpacked barrels, because when you moved, they gave you a paint job. Every new apartment that you moved into. And I think what was happening was things were getting a little better. So we moved into what was considered maybe a better apartment, because we moved several times. I must have gone to 5 elementary schools. It was more stable by then, though. It was during the war, the war was on when we lived on Avenue K, and Grandma started school, or she was in 3rd grade, and we lived there until I left as a bride. So Grandma was in 3rd grade, I must have been in 6th grade. And
what kind of a kid were you?
Terrible. Well, for one thing, what was wonderful about our growing up was the fact that the adoring aunt and uncles and grandmother were there. That was really the best part of our growing up. And what we and also Martin and Ralph as young boys would take us to the playground, which was always a playground nearby. And my mother was a scaredy cat. So they would rescue me because I was a little daring. And they would put me on the swings and go high, which my mother would see in plots. So, they were defiant and they could identify. And they would let me go on the highest slide, not a regular kiddie slide, but a higher one. And they encouraged me not to be afraid. I still remember my Uncle Martin. Don't be afraid, pup. He used to call me pup. I'll hold you. And so I was a little daring because of that, because my mother's mantra was, careful, careful, be careful. And my kids still do a number on that because when they were young, we used to go and be there with them a lot in Brooklyn. And they used to have cellarways where under the stores, and they would drop from the sidewalk level stuff into the cellarways. So she was always telling them, careful, careful. So now when I go down the street with my kids, with Roger, Ma, careful. It's a takeoff on the careful days. So my mother was a scaredy cat. That was part of what I think shaped me. And she didn't want me to ride a bike, and she didn't want me to go skating. And but they didn't say we can't afford it or it's not safe. My mother would have a story. She had a friend who had a bicycle. And that child rode the bike down the street and fell off and broke her head and died. Don't ride a bike. That story. And also the skating, something would happen to somebody who broke her arm and her leg and skating. So I imagine that's why my grandmother controlled them with some of this stuff. Do you know your grandmother still doesn't ride a bike? She was the angel child. She was the golden angel. You'd sit her on a chair and fluff out her dress, and she'd look at you with the big blue eyes, and she was perfect. And I just would come in with blood on my knees because I was running and I fell in the dirt or whatever. But Martin and Ralph taught me to ride a bike. Ralphie bought me skates. And Grandma, I think we did. In Brooklyn, in those days, we had roller skates that we'd ride right on the street in. Yeah. And they were cheap. Yeah. They were fun. So we did have roller skates. Never owned a bike, but Martin and Ralph used to take me and rent them on a Saturday and ride for miles. Don't tell your mother. And would take me down for miles away. We would just ride to Coney Island. Wow. Yeah. And back. So they really made me into a tomboy or helped me be one to a great extent. And then Sophie was the aesthetic person. She took Grandma and me to our first Broadway show and would buy us, we had the most beautiful books of poetry as little kids and the girl story. That was her input all the time. And I remember when we lived together, Martin and Ralph's job was to carpet sweep the rugs. And that was on Saturday with Milton Cross narrating the opera. Every Saturday they broadcast from the Met. So as poor people, we had a very cultural background. We could go to New York for a nickel on the subway. You could go at the corner, you could buy a hot dog for a dime. Museums were free. And on Sunday, they had museum concerts. My daddy always would take us on the bus for a nickel. So we saw and did a lot. And Gloria's joy was they would put her on the carpet sweeper and she would ride it as they did the floors. So we had all kinds of fun. It just wasn't store-bought. It was self-created, self-generated by our lifestyle of being all together. You know, and the holidays were a big deal. My grandmother cooked it. And Passover was, up to the sky. You know, it was a very big thing. And cousins of my mother's, there was one other Moldavsky family that we ever knew, and that was my mother's father's brother's child. And they would come on Passover, and we'd do do it. So
you go to temple every week or Hebrew school or what?
You know what? We're not terribly observant with that kind of thing. It was, we knew it was the holiday. We knew it was Shabbat. You didn't go running around. But and we went really to accommodate Grandma more than anything. She went to services, always had her seat, and we always appeared there. The Martin and Ralph and
conservative temple?
Yeah, or maybe it was Orthodox. I didn't even know that much.
Yeah.
And I remember going to a Hebrew school when I was about 10 or 11, because I still have Areshis Das, which was the primer that they gave kids in Hebrew school. That was the alphabet.
Oh.
And I remember doing that. I don't know if I remember the letters, but I fussed and fumed not to go back. And now that I look back at it, I was ashamed to say it to my mother, but I didn't want to go back because the teacher had BO. And I found it so, that I just wiggled out of going, which I regretted afterward. But
Did you do bat mitzvah? They didn't do it with women back then, right?
We didn't have bat mitzvahs. I don't know of any of us having friends. That was more conservative.
Okay.
And much more modern.
Okay.
That's what it was. But that wasn't part of our culture. So.
Were there any black sheep in the family people didn't talk about? Anyone who was not quite with the rest? Or people in other parts of the country, maybe?
Not really. Not really. Uncle Jack had a bad reputation. He gambled, they said. Oh, and that was one of the tragedies of our family. Uncle Jack, the youngest of the brothers, he was married in Richmond. They were all of them was Richmond except for Uncle Izzy. And his children were Marcia, Shirley, and Jerry. And we grew up together in Brooklyn. And then Shirley and Marcia moved to Long Island. And then I got married and moved to Long Island, a little further east than them. But in those days, on a weekend, my mother and father and Uncle Lizzie and Aunt Esther would drive out. They'd either go to Shirley's, mostly, or to us. And we'd all be together. So the kids had the same similar companionship, too, growing up, as we had always known. So that was nice. But what did I want to bring out with them? Okay, so he gambled. That was hush.
Like cards?
No, I think it was numbers, they said. Oh, but I started to tell you what the tragedy of his life was. So he gets married, he has one child, and the child is not abnormal. That was the word, the blanket term. Beautiful boy, Joey. Similar to age and me, I think. few years later, they have another child, Albert. Albert is not normal. And now we learn the terminology. Albert was hydrocephalic, which means a big-headed kid with water on the brain. And Joey was like spastic, uncontrolled motion. And that was really, really horrific. But they kept those children at home. And as people with limited education, they raised them, and what I learned in retrospect was exceedingly well, because they tried to encourage them and have them at the forefront rather than hidden, as was what people did. I still remember Grandma and me and the two little boys playing together at a table, as we used to do as kids, sit at a little table and interact in whatever way. I still remember Uncle Jack taking Grandma and me and the two boys to see a Shirley Temple movie. And he would always tell them, this is Cousin Gloria, this is Cousin Lucille. And that was a real tragedy in life. And he would come to Brooklyn for a couple days, get away. He'd always come and stay with us, and always would take Gloria and me places, whatever. And when we would go downtown, you'd go to something in Manhattan, he always had each of us on his arm. He was so very affectionate and proud of us. And subsequently, they had two more children, two more sons. Rod Sager and Ralphie Sager. Rod lives in Richmond. Ralphie lives, I think, in the Washington area, whom we do not see and do not hear from for many years, whatever. But, and the boys ultimately were put away in an institution. The parents died.
Jack died.
Jack and Anna. So that precipitated. But years later, I have a master's in special education and special needs kids. So I gained a lot more insight into those children and what was wrong. The older one really was palsied, which comes from a birth injury very often. They were oversized babies. And very often the doctors will use forceps to help the baby out, and those delicate heads get a little injury. And that was to me, it was a brain injury. Hydrocephalicism is something I'm not sure. I think that's defective embryo to begin with.
Yeah.
But now these babies wear a shunt. They're able to implant like a pump. And that is siphoned out, and they function more normally.
Right.
So,
do you remember other diseases at the time, like TB or polio?
No, we were pretty healthy kids.
But you must have known.
The polio was a terrible scare. Yeah. We had a cousin with polio, of course. One of the older ones, Max Plotkin, had polio. Max he was the oldest of that generation. So he would have been a man maybe of 80 now. And I think Max was short of stature, very withdrawn. He was a pharmacist. That was his profession. But in fact, he and his wife were at my wedding. And his whole face was to a side, all distorted to a side, and he spoke out of the side.
Crutches?
No, physically, he was okay. He was Sadie and Sam's son, and Yankee was his younger brother, and Sylvia was the baby, and Sylvia is the only one left older than me. Sylvia's birthday was August 10th, and she was 95. My birthday is August 11th, and I was 93. And we were very close growing up.
Where does she live now?
in a home in Norfolk, Virginia, near her children, near her daughter. And her daughter has wonderful kids. They've been very attentive. She's there several years, disabled, and they take very good care of her. She's in the Hebrew home. And that's very sad.
What do you remember about your parents' wedding? Or what did you
I wasn't at their wedding.
What did you hear about it?
What did I hear about it? It was not long after my mother's father died. It was in that era. So I think there was no music, something like that. And it was not a good like Columbus affair. I think it was something modest. My mother had a wedding dress and a headpiece with a veil. And Gloria and I used to play dress up with that veil. Grandma still has the cedar chest that was in our parents' room.
Oh.
And we had stuff in there. And one of our big things was to play dress up. When on weekends, after we were living independently, my mother and father, we never had babysitters. We would be sent to Grandma's house. And we had a ball because Sophie and Martin and Ralph were there. And we would play dress up. We would take her shoes. Sophie had always high heels. And she had a thing of jewelry. And we would create. We just played. You know, we played with what was there. And when my grandmother cooked and baked, we did too. She would give us a lump of dough, and we had little rolling pins, and we would do that. We were having a great time. We loved it. We were happy when our parents went away, and we did all kinds of, that kind of, and they paid attention to us. They doted on us a lot too. You know?
Treated you like
adults. It is not that they treated us like adults. They treated us like treasured little kids. Yeah. They loved us for who we were. And then years later, when my folks went out on a Saturday night, we didn't have a babysitter. My mother would bribe Ralph and Martin to come with a couple of couples. They could bring girlfriends and whatever. And she'd put out goodies for them. My folks took off. Went to the movie, whatever they did. So, in fact, when I was engaged to Sydney, we had Martin and Ralph would Edna moved to Florida, and they would come and visit. So when they visited, all the old buddies would get together. And I still remember one of the guys, Jack, his name Jack, I'll remember his last name maybe too, Carp, Jackie Carp, came over to me. Of course, they congratulated me. And he says, "You know, Lucille, you're lucky we let you live." I used to hide behind the couch and spook them. I found mischief, it seems, wherever I went.
Remember, I'll just take that cord off.
Oh, really?
Just off your arm.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. What do you remember about the war starting?
The war was a whole other, it was a transition in our whole life. It really, I think, sociologically and economically was our exit from depression. Because immediately, every working person who wasn't drafted, some people volunteered, and it wasn't a huge manpower drain yet. And people were able to get higher paying jobs. To give you an example, Brooklyn had the shipyards. So suddenly people, my Uncle Ralph, who was a salesman in a sporting goods store, became a ship fitter's helper. So I think from like $2 or $3 an hour job in a retail store, he would carry a tool chest for the ship fitter and maybe get $7 an hour. So that rise in income Also, it revitalized the jewelry business to a great extent because you couldn't get platinum during the war. It was used for defense, which was my father's primary business. They would make engagement rings and wedding rings, all in platinum. In fact, the reason my father is one of the few jewelers who survived, because that was not a business that flourished during the war, was their name and credit was so honorable and so good that the refiners would dole out little bits of metal for him so that he could make a little bit of stock, sell it, pay them, and then go forward. And all our lives, it was emphasized, you can't buy a good name. It's your biggest asset, your treasure. So honesty and being straightforward was really part of our survival. And my father said, that's how we survived when other people went under. My grandfather before him, whose business he inherited, had a good name. And he in turn had a good name. Yes. And that's how really we survived. And then came this, people had a little more money. So they went into making rose gold, the pink gold, which is now revived as a fashion statement. But all the people who had a few bucks were buying their wives cocktail rings. So they were pink gold instead of yellow gold. And primarily, if they gussy them up, they had a few diamonds and a few rubies. Every woman in the family had a cocktail ring, including mother and me. Mother's had a star ruby. I don't know if it was where it was, and she was robbed once. And I gave mine to Sarah. So she still has my little, it was a little pinky ring. But she has it. So that was it was definitely, we would get better clothes or more clothes, Like Gloria and I remember there was a lovely clothing shop in the neighborhood, a little higher end. Instead of the bargain department stores, and we had lovely winter coats matching. Those are the subtle signs that things had to have been better. And that's really the beginning. Unfortunately, and then there was labor shortages, so there were jobs. People could get work. So.
Wasn't Pop-Up's name Zagar?
It was Zager in the old country.
Z-A-G-E-R?
Yeah. Well, a Zager, I think, was a clock. Historically. So I'm not quite. So
by the time you were 15 or so, the war was heated up.
Honey, let me tell you something. It was a very big total change. People who had a child in the war who had a star hanging in the window to indicate that. And Martin and Ralph's friends. Martin and Ralph were rejected from the war. Martin ultimately did go. He had bad eyes. And Ralph had, I think, a hernia, which wasn't corrected, and he never went. Martin ultimately did go, but he never went overseas. And Martin was brilliant. His education was going on his whole life through. And he used to work all day and then go to school at night, put in 60, 70 hours a week. And his letters, when he was drafted, he stayed in the States, and he was in the MRI, which was the machine records unit or whatever, and they had to do with the record keeping of the troop movements and whatever. So his job was basically a desk job, but he was sent from training in Long Island, where they had a reception center called Yaphank, and then he went cross country. But the letters he wrote were brilliant. They're marvelous. I packed them up. I had them. I gave them to his daughter Barbara and his son Richard, so they're still around. But I think he didn't see the physical action of battle, but the life and just crossing the country to Texas on the train. He was at Camp Hood. And how he writes, I went on the train during the war to Alabama when he was in Alabama, because he was slated to go over. And nobody could go to Alabama. Everybody was working, you know. My grandmother certainly couldn't be traveling around. They sent me. I was, I think, 15 or 16. And the trains were scary. They were packed with soldiers. There weren't even seats for everybody. People were sitting on their suitcases, and the trains were dirty and dusty. Anyway, he got a room for me in a rooming house, a big old-fashioned sprawling house. And I stayed probably for 3-4 days, whatever. And it was fun. He introduced me to the soldier boys, and I hung out. And then I went home, and I was like the official goodbye ambassador, because we didn't know where he was going. But he did end up at Camp Hood. And
were you aware of? How are you doing? You need water? You're good? You need water?
I've got it. No, I'm all right now.
Were you
But
aware of the Holocaust happening?
it's a very interesting phenomenon, because we really didn't fully have information or knowledge. What happened was like a blackout. My grandma didn't hear from her siblings at all. The mail stopped. And so we really weren't cognizant of the depth and the breadth of what was going on.
The news wasn't so clear about it.
Well, once the Germans came in, they didn't embrace the news media, and the extent of the media getting TV. We didn't have TV. So we had the daily newspapers,
Radio.
and we had the radio. So,
what happened to her brothers?
Oh, we sure know about what happened ultimately, because at the very end of the war, when the boys started coming back, got a phone call in Brooklyn. My grandmother, by the way, had a stroke and lived with us. Ralph and Edna were married and off, and Martin was on his own, or they had an apartment in our building. Anyway, but the ultimate was grandmother had to move in with us. She had a stroke. Rose Moldowski, Hazel. So, okay. So a fellow calls up. He's returned from France. He was a soldier in the U.S. Army. And somebody gave him the name Moldowski, Brooklyn. So he started looking, and there weren't a lot of Moldowskis, but he got to Grandma's nephew, our cousin in New York, actually, and he called him. He was a physician in New York City, and he gave them our number. And he called. Such a nice young man. And sure enough, it was an identification. It was her brother. and he came to visit. He came to talk about them and tell us what he knew, which was a mitzvah, you know. And the story was that the brother had a daughter, Eveline, who was safe. She was smuggled out of Paris and lived with, I think, a Catholic family on a farm outside of the city, which happened to many people. They were taken in and by non-Jews, especially children. And her brother was a jeweler in Paris and stayed there and was safe, evidently. And I think he was a jeweler who was able to bribe the locals to not bother him. That's my guess. You know, that's the coin of the world, jewels. So I guess and in Paris, there must have been plenty of security. So maybe we never really got exactly why. The sister, 2 months before the end, was taken to Auschwitz and annihilated because there's a big Holocaust museum in Paris. Andy and Linda went and looked up all the records and had the whole story of her. Yes. Yes, so she was gone. And I'll tell you another story about them. Sheldon and I were in Paris many years later, and there were 2 cousins from the sister. Or there were 2 sisters. I don't know. But the sister there were 2 cousins. That's what I know, who were very close. They were cousins of my mother's. I think they were sisters. One of whom was childless and not sure ever married, and the other one had a son. But that's not the story. Robin and cousin Barbara were together in Paris at one point and visited them. Did you know that?
No.
Ask Robin, she'll tell you. The girls went, and they met these ladies, the cousins, and so there was a link. And so they saw them, and then we had the address, and when we went to Paris, we looked them up. And it was funny, we were in this hotel, we couldn't speak French, but the concierge made the call and reached the 2 girls who were together. And one, I think, was widowed by then. And they were leaving the city that night because Paris closes in the summer. All the natives go to the countryside. But they said they were going to take a taxi and come and meet us. We'll have a coffee. And they had to go. Okay. So we're in the lobby, waiting and looking and whatever. And do you know, with this bunch of people milling around, 2 women walked in the door. There were certainly many more than them. And I looked and I saw my mother's face. This was a first cousin. If she were, it was spooky. She was so much like my mother. Isn't that interesting? And between the 2 sisters, there was one son, Sergey, whatever, who Barbara is still in touch with. And he's somewhere in Europe. He was in the foreign service or the service. Once we saw him and his wife and baby. They were in the States, and they came to Century Village in Florida when my parents lived there. So I did meet him, and Barbara has been in touch with him and has seen him in New York since then. She would know of that end. But she and Robin, your mother, visited and traveled together and met these people. So that's them. Yeah, what else do you want? Honey, I'm out of breath, and we're only 20 minutes into my life story.
The sister who was taken to Auschwitz, was that?
Claire.
Was Claire taken from
Paris.
From Paris.
They had settled there.
All
See, Well, my grandmother's family migrated to Paris, and she was involved evidently with my grandfather and followed him to the country.
Is that the only family member you know of that was taken to the camps?
There wasn't that big a family.
Yeah.
And those few lucked out.
Yeah.
One of the women, I don't know if she was married during the war, married a journalist who wasn't Jewish. I don't know if they were married and he had safe coverage. I don't know. I really don't know that much. I was in communication with Eveline by mail after the war. She was a year or so older than me, and she ultimately married an Israeli diplomat and lived in Israel. And he had a sister, a nurse, who was from Paris or wherever she was. No, I don't know. He was the man she married was not Parisian. He was maybe German or Polish. And she came, and then Sophie befriended her, especially. We all did, and she was very strange. She was very paranoid. She was a nurse, and she was very scarred psychologically by her years there. Yeah. Lottie was her name, and we used to see her. Yeah. Sophie particularly made it a point to keep in touch.
So I want to get back to your list, but before
we
want to see if there's any more fun, like good details about your parents, just like day to day, like what they do in their off time or hobbies, stuff like that.
What did they do?
How much did your dad work? 6 days a week?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. And sometimes we went to sleep and didn't see him. He got home late. Prior to the Christmas season, there was a big surge. My father had a partner, Bernard Carr. For many years they worked together, and he was very artistic. They were a very good team. My father was, I think, primarily the business contact person. And he died. And you know what? It was a very strange thing. Did you ever hear of a man with breast cancer?
No.
He died of breast cancer quite young.
Huh.
Yeah.
It was Sunday, like a day of
Sunday,
rest?
the day of rest.
Sure to do that.
Well, as I said, we were very culturally enriched in that I know we used to go to the Brooklyn Museum where they had a free concert. In the it was a big, beautiful atrium-like, and we would go to that, and we would go. We there was always something to see, and it wasn't a tie to money. And many times, Daddy had Orthodox customers in East New York, which I think was part of Brooklyn, called East New York. And so Sundays, he would go there to try to collect some money and maybe drop off something. And he would take Grandma and me, and we'd go on the bus. And it was a big deal. It was fun. You know, you look around, there's life all around you. And we were with our daddy. And wherever we went in the stores, people would make a fuss, particularly over your grandma. You know, she was quite small. I was maybe 7, so, you know. And sometimes they'd give us some kind of little goodie, a little tchotchke of some kind. And we were with our daddy. And if we went on a Sunday to a Chinese restaurant for a dinner, hoo-ha, that was big stuff. Your grandmother ate white rice and white bread primarily. She was very adventurous for years. And everything, it was a plus. It was a plus. We were secure, for one thing, with our families. And we weren't so involved with other people in the neighborhood, like kids became. It was a separate kids world.
Yeah.
Ours was pretty much, and also we had our cousins, and we would mingle. The one person in the war that was close to us was Jack Schachter, Shirley's husband. And she had to live with her parents. They were newlyweds, and she had to live there and go to work, And that sort of personified the war for us, because he was overseas, and the mail and the comings and the going. Those were very important aspects in our lives.
Sure.
And every major thing that was going on, it would always be together. When your grandmother had her tonsils out, Uncle Izzy had a car. We didn't. Uncle Izzy had, and he adored Grandma, and she adored Uncle Izzy. And my mother, it bothered me. My mother said to Uncle Izzy's going to take you for a ride in his car, and you're going to get ice cream. And I knew it was a lie. I know he came and he took them. And I think that's what they gave us. We all used to have tonsillectomies in those days. It was like automatic, slap out the tonsils. And I still remember it a little bit about having it done. And I thought they were giving her this story. And that bothered me. I didn't know enough to tip her off. But
what about just your parents' just general demeanors? Do they have tempers or sense of humor? What kind of thing?
They were very, very devoted.
Parents.
Yes, and to each other. To each other. Everything Daddy needs or Daddy wants, that was like the ultimate on the hierarchy of activity. We've got to do this, Daddy. Yeah. But what I want. Oh, and then there was always this thing. If I wanted something, you'll ask your father. We'll wait and see. Daddy will tell you. And then I'd go to my daddy, and my father would say, well, ask your mama. P.S. They were just, I felt like a ping pong. And then my mother would say, we have to ask Daddy if we have the money. That was the other thing. So money flowed only from Daddy.
Well, your mom didn't work.
Not only that, that was the idea. That was the tradition, and we'll ask Daddy. Just like with the hole in your grandmother's shoe. Well, Daddy will bring us money. We're going to get you new shoes. That was always the thing. I mean, I want this. I want a book. We'll ask Daddy. Daddy, I was always begging for books.
You like to read a lot back then.
I was so, and I remember my grandmother saying, Mary, this kid shall be blind. She'll be blind. I was going to be blind. I must have read Little Women 9 times. And the movie was lousy. I don't know how they gave it a prize. They just bastardized it. It was.
You go to the movies a lot back then?
Back then, pretty much. We loved the movies. Well, it was nickel or a dime. Yeah. It was cheap entertainment. And my mother would take us as little kids. We would go. It was, a retreat. It was one of the few things. And then what we had as we got a little older, there were beautiful theaters, movie houses like the New York Paramount. And the Radio City Music Hall is still there. The Paramount was another gorgeous palatial place, which they tore down after the war to make it into a modern office building.
The sign is still up.
Oh, I read.
Times Square.
Oh, it was so beautiful architecturally. And what would happen there, you'd go to the movies for a picture, and they had a vaudeville show.
Live.
live. And the Radio City, of course, had the big organ playing, and then they had a stage. On the stage, they had something, and then the actual movie. And if you went before 10 or 12 o'clock on a Saturday, it was a quarter. So there were things to do of interest that were affordable for poor people.
Did you see silent movies? Are they still around?
Maybe I saw one or two. I can't.
Yeah.
And I even remember snippets of going to a Yiddish theater with my grandmother.
Yiddish
Movie.
A movie.
Yeah. Oh, there was a very rich cultural life, like on Second Avenue, Jewish life. Yeah. And they always went. Izzy and Esther were always going. I remember, and my grandmother would go. My parents didn't go that much. They were more Americanized. Don't forget, they were they were young.
Right.
So they were more already in the American mode of things. And my grandmother, of course, had the traditions to whatever extent she could do it. But I remember once going to a Yiddish theater with her.
Did you see live Yiddish theater?
Yeah, it was live.
Yeah, live. Wow.
But I just remember that it was different. But I was game to go anywhere. I was a snoop.
So you were born, you said, in the flapper era, but by the time you were kind of a teenager, that was moved on.
Well, the flapper. Then there was the Depression.
Right.
So we went from sort of abundance to want, to need.
But by the time you were
by the time I was, I went to high school, to elementary school. Well, that's when we settled pretty much in that one area. But we lived in different parts of Brooklyn. I loved them, and we left. So I don't have, like, Grandma is such close friends with Joan to this day. It started when they were in 3rd grade. And I didn't have that continuity of friendship. I didn't get these connections growing up because we always moved. So, and in college,
when did you get married?
I was married I was in college and I left. Because you know what happened? I got to go to the bathroom. Can we take this off for a minute? I'm sorry. And also, the impact of marriages on people. Now, like marries like. Everybody looks for sameness. And we really learn more from difference. You know?
Yeah.
Anyway, to continue, I don't even need my glasses. I'm back. I've evacuated.
So now we're at about college.
I'm in college.
Where did you meet Sydney?
Wait a minute. My meeting Sydney was an adventure all its own. It had to have been like April 13th. I forget the year, because it was the day after Franklin Roosevelt died. I'm a college student. I'm on a train with a couple of the college kids, and I'm going to school. We all were, the three of us, and it was such a time of national mourning, and people in New York did not traditionally talk to each other. A stranger, Frida Medvin, was sitting down next to us and looking, and she was an outgoing, bubbly little lady, and she was on her way to what she called her office. her office being the brokerage that she went to daily because she wasn't playing the stock market. She was another character and a half and did her kind of damage as well. But the point being, she said she's looking and she's obviously, where you girls going? Oh, she says, my poor boys, I have 2 sons in the army. She says they're both stationed in India. And she said they sent them together on one ship, which was a no-no. And their father just died a few months ago and whatever. And she looks at us up and down, and she says, you know, my youngest son has a girlfriend that writes him letters. My oldest son doesn't have a girlfriend. She says, do you girls write letters? I'm sure you write letters to the soldier boys. Yes. She looks at me and she says, I want to give you my son's address. Please write him a letter. Make him feel good. So I look at this little old nut. And she scribbles out his information and jumps out at the next station. I put the thing in my bag. Okay. Weeks later, I'm riding and with the same girls on the train. And one of them says to me, did you ever hear from that guy in India? Did you ever write to him? I says, no. She says to me, why not? He's an officer. The war's going to be over soon. He'll come home, he'll take you out, he'll have a date. So in those days, we had these little email packets that you sent a little note to the Army for free, and they could send back to you. It wasn't like a whole big letter. So I took one of those, and I sent it to Lieutenant Sidney Medvin, wherever, Pope. And it didn't take terribly long, and I got back a note. Oh, thank you for your kind note. He says, I got it when I was doing R&R in the hospital. I had a touch of malaria. He says, ordinarily, I wouldn't take my mother's recommendation seriously. So he says, please, write it. Could you send a picture? Well, that was typical. That was a thing with the soldiers. They had a locker and they had pinup girls. Usually it was an actress or a semi-nude or something, So anyway, I send back a little snapshot of me like this. And I get a note back. Dear Lucille, thank you for your note. He says, you have such a lovely smile. And, and he says, don't worry too much about exams. If you do your work every day, it'll be a breeze, da, da, da. He says, I still remember. He says, I learned not to sweat them out too much by doing my work consistently. Okay. And maybe there was another letter. I'm not even. Yes, I did send back a letter. I said, Dear Lieutenant Medvin, is your interest in my smile social or professional? That's what I do remember. Yeah, it was a good line. And in short order, I get a phone call. Hello, Lucille. This is Sidney Medvin. Oh, he says, I'm home. I'm back. I think they were trickling home. It wasn't a shock. And he says, how do I get to your apartment from 1640 Ocean Avenue? His mother had sold their house while he was overseas, and he was at this apartment with her, which he never, it was not home to him. It was new. It happened to be in the same building where Aunt Sophie and her husband lived, oddly enough. So I said to him, if you walk to the corner and turn left, you'll have 3 more blocks to walk. That's where I live. Oh, so he says, can I come over this afternoon or something like that? I said, sure. So that's what happened. This soldier with a lieutenant bars on his thing, rings the doorbell, and my mother was there, and my mother was beautiful, as a matter of fact. She was heavy, but she was beautiful. And we hung out for a while, and he made a date with me for Saturday night. Okay, fine. So a couple of days later, it's Saturday night, and he had tickets or something. We did go to New York, but the sweetest thing ever, he came with a corsage for me in the box. Now that was the height of gallantry to me, and it was something that was done, in those chivalrous days. And we went out to New York. I don't even remember where, theater or something. And that was lovely. We went on the subway, and he called me for another time. The following Saturday night, we went out again. And I remember him ordering a glass of milk. Really. But you know what? He said he hadn't had milk in a couple of years. And he told me about India, and he told me about schooling and so forth. And he was the youngest dentist in Suffolk County, where he had an office at Eastern Long Island. And he was invited to enlist, told him so he went, and he was very young. He had graduated dental school very young. He was a part of my education. He was a brilliant, brilliant man. And so he left, and he was in the process of opening an office back in Suffolk County, where he had a whole a bevy of relatives. His mother had a couple of brothers who settled there and ran a lumber yard. And so he had his group of cousins with whom, and one of whom was they were months apart and very close. So that was his, destination. And he was going back and forth. And we went out for 6 weeks. Each time he brought me flowers. And I remember going to see Oklahoma with him, because that was a hot, hot show, which I had seen. But he was anxious to see it, so I didn't say anything. And we went to see Oklahoma. We had a lovely evening, whatever. And we went back home to Brooklyn on the subway. And he's sitting next to me. He says, by the way, will you marry me? I said, sure. And that's just how it happened. Yeah. But you know what? In those days, I don't know, part of it, I'm sure, is the fact that couples didn't shack up together and say, well, let's go off and have a weekend or whatever. You either did or didn't. You either were married or you didn't. So I think that was an impetus to the kinds of relationships that were prevalent, where everybody was getting married at 20 years old. Yeah. Which I think is totally inappropriate in today's world. I mean, and in many cases, it's, I think, an invitation to disaster. I mean, how much change is there in a person between 20 and 30 and 20 and 40? Yeah. Okay, but in those days, that's the way it was. And of course, my folks were delighted. Get her off our hands, have to worry about these boys whistling around. And so I was in college. I was in Brooklyn College. And I was going into my junior year, or I was in my junior year. And I didn't re-enroll because I was busy. I had to get married. You had to buy a trousseau. A trousseau. You had to go shopping, whatever. And I did have a wedding, which I wasn't really keen about doing that much. But he says, he says, when you're in a hellhole, he was in Burma, India, and he had he was with the British Army Hospital there, and it wasn't very pretty. I mean, although they had a better life than the enlisted men, He's, you know what the guys think of? A beautiful girl in a white flowing dress and a house with a picket fence in the country, you know. So anyway, he wanted a wedding, and I was in, but we were married at the Riverside Plaza Hotel in Manhattan because it was kosher. See, that was important because the whole Richmond crowd were more observant at that point than we were. So it had to be kosher, and we were married there. And Marcia and Jack, Israel, which is Uncle Lizzie's daughter, we had to be married the same weekend because the Richmond folks, everything was en masse. We came, we went en masse. So that's what happened. And then the four of us went to Lake Placid on our honeymoon together on a night train, which was, and we get to Lake Placid, and and we were not skiers. We never went skiing before. I don't think we were sports people. It sounds like a good idea. And the train station is littered with stretchers and wheelchairs. The wounded. It was like a war zone. I'm ready to turn around and go back. So the conductor says, "Oh, that only happens to the experienced skiers. they get too daring, whatever." Well, we went to the Marcy Hotel, the heart of the hotel in Lake Placid. And a cousin of Sydney's went to a wedding by the same rabbi as married Marcia and Jack, only one was in the synagogue. I don't know, they were in two different venues, and they got to talking to each other. And Bernie says, "Oh, my cousin's getting married and going to Lake Placid." Oh, and they said, "Well, we're going to Lake Placid." It turns out that they knew people from the other side. We went together. No, so they looked us up in Lake Placid. So Norman and Beverly Silverman, who became our best friends for many years, moved over to our hotel. And we had hilarity from the minute we got together, morning, noon, and night. The ski slopes were a joke. We were on a bunny hill, you know, strapped into these stupid boots with a million laces. Now they have clips and the skis. And Sidney decided he was warm-blooded and didn't need ski underwear. Well, that was another fiasco. He had icicles on his tuchus, and we got to a store pretty fast, got him ski underwear, which the rest of us had. And we just had just the most fun you could ever imagine. It was just hilarious, and from then on we were very close friends for years. Norman was an attorney, and Beverly was a dental hygienist, so they had a lot to talk about, the three of them. And in fact, they had kids later than us, and they had a son whom they named Andrew Joel Silverman. And my twins were named Andy Joel.
Wow.
Andrew and Joel.
Whatever happened to that?
Hmm?
Whatever happened to them?
They died. They were older than us. Everybody. That's what happens to people. It's, yeah. But in any event, my college days were aborted. And what I remember very clearly, Martin and Ralph and Sophie had a big impact on our lives. They were integrated into our growing up, which was much stronger to me maybe than to Grandma because of the age difference. And so they were instrumental in me learning and took me to a lot of stuff. And Uncle Martin, who was exceedingly academic and knowledgeable and well educated, And everybody was very celebratory about, I'm engaged, I'm getting married, right here. And Uncle Martin's face was like this. So I said, on a private moment, I said, Uncle Martin, what's the matter? You don't seem happy for me. Don't you like Sid? He says, that has nothing to do with it. He said, you're forfeiting your education. He says, this is a very important part of your life. And I says, Uncle Martin, I really do want to, I love school. I'm happy. I said, I'll tell you something. Somehow, some way, I promise you I'm going to finish college. I don't know how, and I don't know when. And that was like a pledge I made to him. And what evolved, first, of course, I have these premature twins. Surprise!
How soon after you got married?
Well, fortunately, because my mother was counting, it was over the year. Because had it because they were at least 6 weeks premature. So it could have been a blot on the family name. Fortunately, we were married on February 4th, and the twins were born on Grandma's birthday, February 17th. Luckily, and they were due to give birth, and there was no hospital in Patchogue. So there was a half hour or so trip to each of the available hospitals. So I'm going to give birth in Brooklyn, where I could be with my parent, whatever, a major hospital, which was Maimonides Hospital, which was a very important, as it turned out, place for me to be. And it's February, and the weather is bad, and I'm there. And I remember it distinctly. Mother made a chocolate cake and our favorite chocolate icing. And Uncle Martin was coming for dinner because Grandma was at school. And it was the middle of the week. So that was going to be the celebration. And I'm getting back pains. So my mother says to me, don't get any ideas about having a baby, she says, because it's your sister's birthday. You've got to ice the cake. She was, distracting me because I didn't understand what was happening to me. So as the day wore on, it got to be a little worse. I called the doctor. He says, well, I don't, you're not due. He says, but come on down. No, the weather, had been in a terrible snowstorm, and it was very hard to get around the streets. And he suggested we go over to the hospital. And my mother took me. Sydney was on the island. And my mother and I got into a taxi, I guess, and went to the hospital. And they came and they examined me. And of course, they take you away from everybody you care about into an isolated area. They especially don't want men or fathers who might faint. So you're and here I am, a big shot. I'm 21 years old with a lot of experience. And I happen to have a little stall near the desk. And I hear the desk call the doctor. And they say, we have Lucille Medvin here. Doc, they said, something ain't right. We think you better get down here. And then the doctor and the nurse and the 3 people are there, and they're all in stethoscopes, and they're examining me and counting. They count my beat and 2 other beats. So that was but it was odd because they didn't evidently sense it. The babies were so badly situated. Andy was a transverse breech with his face down, and Joel was going to strangle. So
Up till then, you didn't know you were having twins.
I did not know I was having twins.
Wow.
And what they did in those days, there was no kinds of, they only had x-rays. So they would x-ray women in their 9th month to get a sense of the position of the baby. I never went into my 9th month. So here's this huge surprise party going on. And the babies were delivered. I was out of it. And I didn't get to see them or anything. They rushed. There was fortunately a premature special nursery at the hospital, which is probably what saved them. And so they were out. I didn't see them. And it was a separate wing of the hospital. And you stayed in bed for a week when you had a baby in those days. So I had no idea what was happening.
Did they do C-sections back then?
Yeah, but I was too late. You can't do a C-section when the babies are too far down the birth canal. They were lodged, but they couldn't be delivered. So what happened was Andy was born with instruments, not in, I was out. Yeah. And Joel, no, they put me out. Yeah, they give you gas. And Joel was born normally. Once they released Andy, he was born in an easier way. When they were born in 4-6 minutes apart. And what I didn't know was that when Sydney got there later on, they told him, "We're sorry, Dr. Medvin, but I don't think that little one is going to make it through the night." Wow. That was Andy. He weighed 3-something, and Joel weighed 4 pounds. He said, and we were able, and the other one had for all intent and purposes, a normal delivery. And they were put in isolation. And I didn't see those babies till they were 1 week old.
Wow. You just laid there for a week?
They were there, and the geography of the place was such, they didn't bring them to me. They put me I was in a private room at the end of the hall, so I didn't get to see the baby carts that they brought to the mothers a couple times a day. Yeah. It was a very terrible feeling. And the fact is that, thank God, Andy pulled through, but they were hospitalized for a whole month. They didn't release babies till they were 5 pounds. So I was staying with my mother. So I was staying in Brooklyn with my mother. And so I got to see them the day I left. They wheeled me to see them. And I didn't see them. And then I would go back, and I did see them in the nursery. But so it was a month before we took them back. So we were in the apartment with my parents, and that's where they had the bris. And they get this, my mother makes a party, and the Moyle comes in, and I decide I'm hysterical, don't touch my babies. It was so traumatic. But I still remember there was always, Uncle Ralph had a sense of humor second to none. And he said, I'm sitting alone in that room weeping. This was after the circumcision, and they were all eating herring and borscht and whatever in the kitchen, in the dining room. And Ralph walks in, and he sees my long face. He says, where's the Moyle? Where's the Moyle? I says, I don't know. He's probably gone. Oh, he says, shucks, I wanted him to check Martin. Whereupon I got hysterical, But that was our built-in mechanism to deal with stress. But these things stayed with me my whole life. So, but they always used to use me as a go-between with their shtick anyway. Yeah, Ralph would take a roll. I still remember Kaiser rolls with puffy insides, and he'd scoop them out. And he'd make a ball of this soppy dough, and he'd say, "Come here." He'd give me this. He says, "Bring it over to Uncle Martin." So, what did I know? I brought it to Martin. But we just had fun over nothing. Life, you know, maybe when things around are bad enough, you do that. My grandmother, I still remember coming home from school and seeing her weeping at the table because she was always weeping for her child. Sophie's twin, Willie, is the boy who died from rheumatic fever at 16.
Right.
So
that always stayed with her.
It always stays with you. We lost Joel. He was 57.
Yeah.
It's never over. But anyway, what was my next mischief?
Okay, so you had the kids.
So we have
two babies.
So we have the two, and we had 2 rooms. We had to get someplace to live with these babies.
Right.
I stayed with Mother and Daddy in Brooklyn for 4 months because they said these babies have to be fed every 2 hours until they absorb 2 ounces of food. So we had a system. I stayed up with the babies all day. No. Yeah. No, my mother took care of the babies all day, and I slept for a couple of hours, and then I was up all night. You feed a baby 2 ounces that little. By the time he's finished, you have to feed the other one. There's no time to sleep. Really, one night I fell asleep warming a bottle. I fell asleep on the couch, and the bottle exploded, hit the ceiling. With the gup and the goo and all that, I was beat. Oh, I was a mess. I was physically wrung out. So anyway, but how did we get? Sydney's uncles had built they were in the lumber business. They built a couple of spec houses in a new street, just, a little further away from the village. And the GI Bill sponsored the soldiers. You needed a couple $100 to close, and they guaranteed your mortgage. So, the house was a 2-bedroom house with a kitchen and a living room and a bathroom and a basement. In Patchogue, yeah. Initially, when I first got married, I cried because we were moving 60 miles away. 60. That was, but I got over it. My parents used to come on the Long Island Railroad almost every weekend with a bag of bagels and lox because we didn't have that there. We only could get that on weekends in Patchogue. There was a Jewish grocer. But anyway, so we had this very tiny place. We took the baby room and put the twins in the crib and the bassinet and stuff in the bigger room. And then we had an attic. In the attic, we put an old mattress. My mother and father walked in the front door. Sydney and I went upstairs and went to sleep on the attic floor in the mattress. We were exhausted. They were up at night all the time. It was a pattern, because after 4 months and this getting up and feeding, it was very hard. So they were almost a year before they slept like humanoids. It was bad. I was tired. But anyway, nevertheless, it was fine. And we had a lovely family situation there again, aunts and uncles and cousins. So it was supportive, it was pleasant. And And that was lovely. And 5 years later, Roger was born on February 17th. Luckily, it was a snowstorm and I was in Brooklyn. And we went right back to the same doctor in the same hospital. And I remember Sidney wasn't there. He was back in Patrick. It was during the week. And Martin took me to the hospital.
At least it wasn't twins again.
Wasn't twins. That's why we waited 5 years. Because my grandmother had two consecutive twins. And that was always in the back of my mind. So Martin says, my God, he says, your body is programmed. You can only have a baby on February 17th. It must be a family thing. So, he was a perfectly, wonderful baby. He was like my toy. He did things in a timely fashion. He sat, he crawled, he walked. The others didn't. They didn't. All they did was talk. Joel talked, but that was all. He crawled and he started to walk. He was almost 2. Very slow developing in that physically, So, and they were in their own world. It was fascinating. It was fun, really, to watch the dynamic and the development. In fact, once when they were about 10 months maybe, or a little more, Andy had a fever and a bad throat. So we put him in the carriage in our room to be with us and not be near the baby, Joel, so he wouldn't get sick. Do you know those babies cried until we put Andy back where they could see each other? It was, yeah. By the time Barbara Jacobowitz had twins, Martin's daughter, and when the time they were born, the doctor says, keep them in one crib. He says, those babies are used to hearing the heartbeat of the other.
Wow.
He said, and that shelters the shock of their birth.
Wow.
Which I thought was fascinating. And I think Sarah with her babies and Israel, the twins, the twins keep coming. She had them in one crib for a long time. And that's the way they do it. So anyway.
How soon after was Peter?
Peter came 3 months later.
Really?
3 years.
Oh.
No, Peter and Roger were 3, in a normal way, which was lovely for them because Andy and Joel had each other, and then so they had each other. But it was a hoot with the two. Oh, and they were slow developing, except that they developed a system where between them they could do everything mischievous. Andy and Joel, they were brilliant. Brilliant. They learned how to open the cupboards in the kitchen naturally and empty them in lightning speed until we could jimmy them up. So that was one of the. Then they had a cute little thing where we had gas jets on the gas stove. They couldn't walk and they couldn't stand so good, but they could support themselves on the gas jets. 4 of them. I used to keep the gas jets in a little bowl out of reach, and when I had to put something on the stove, I had to get the gas jet out and shove it on the stem, turn on my stove. That was one of their cute little things.
Yeah.
Oh my God, they were. But how they worked in tandem to create their little mischiefs.
Yeah.
And get what they wanted, where they wanted, Anyway. And always, they had one name for each other. They each called the other one Goli. And I guess the G sound came out more easily than the A. So they each called each. It took a long time before they differentiated their names. They were a trip.
So
they were a trip.
When did you end up going back to school?
Okay, that's another story. So Roger is born, and when Roger was a babe, in that interim, we bought a piece of land to build a real house. And because that third baby was born, we lived in that same place, and I had to add a crib. The twins were in little beds at that time. So we were really tightening up a lot. So we bought this lovely piece of property, and we were able to afford it because the people who owned it still owned it from a land grant of the king. That's how far back the land went. And they were parceling off pieces and selling it. And this particular piece was exactly where we wanted to be neighborhood-wise. And it was bigger and more expensive than the plated lots that were being done like on a street. And this was on a cul-de-sac away with just 2 other houses and bigger lots. So it was a little pricier for us. It was $4,000 instead of $2,000, the going price. And I says, my husband listened to me once that time. I don't think he did ever again. And I said, one thing they won't increase is land. It'll never, once it's gone, it's gone. Okay. And these people agreed to a payout. So we bought it with a little mortgage, and it took us a few years till we owned it outright. And so Roger must have been 2.5. And I remember we went there every day to look. And this child was so enthralled because he would watch every stage and every phase. I still remember him sitting at the threshold of the powder room, and we had such high-class construction in those days. They did what you call a mud job, where each tile is set in individually and whatever. And Roger will tell you the name of the guy who did it, Mr. Nolan. We were talking about it recently. And he was watching, and one day when they were shingling the house, one of the nice young guy working on the building handed Roger a nail and a thing. He says, come on, I'll hold it, you can. And he, got the shingle on. Subsequent to that, Roger custom built the house. That was his version. And it was a great adventure. And we had a beautiful, beautiful spot with woods around us and a little pond. And it was like room for everybody because the tunes traveled en masse. They all came. And even before that, they all came. I don't know where the hell we put them, but it was coming and going our whole lives. And as time went on and the kids got a little bigger, we could send the kids on a bus without fear from Atlantic City to New York and back. It was like nothing. Nobody was afraid. We had open doors all the time. There was none of this shtick with burglar alarms and stuff like that, or locked doors. So it was a very, I think, good time to grow. And there was peace and there was a joy for those who would be lucky enough to return. And people were having kids and building homes and growing. So it was a very fine part of this country historically. Okay. And so then Peter was born. I was pregnant with Peter when we built that house. And do you know, I sold that house 10 years after Sidney died. I lived there by myself. When did he die? He was born in 1918, and he died just before his 59th birthday. I don't remember the years. And I was 8.5 years younger. I was 51. But
67?
I don't remember the dates.
Yeah.
Anyway, why am I telling you that?
You sold the house.
Oh, I only sold the house because I was remarrying and moving away. I would never have sold the house. I made a little apartment out of it was huge, on the downstairs, and I always had someone living there, which paid my taxes. So, and I had a job. I was teaching by then. But what happened was, Peter must have been an infant. The community was growing, and Adelphi University, which was closer to New York on Long Island, did a satellite campus right in the next town to us. The town gave them an old schoolhouse or an old abandoned administration building, whatever, with the equivalent of maybe 6 classrooms, and said they could have the building if they paid rent or whatever, and they would have evening classes with about a half a dozen itinerant professors, and people started coming. And someone I knew also from the mishpacha, an older gal, told me that she knew about this, and she had her son's car on Tuesday nights or Wednesday nights, and she was going to be taking a class, and if I wanted to come, I could come. And that was the night I played mahjong. I could still, and I gave it up. That was the trade-off of time, and I went to class. And I had, a couple of wonderful experiences. I had mainly sociology, which is my first love, and went to the classes, and I really got the bug. And what happened was the school, Delphi, bought the Vanderbilt estate, which was also not too far on that part of the island, which housed the mansion, and it was in the lovely part of an arboretum. It's so pretty, and it's defunct. But the point being, they started a accredited college campus with a whole cadre of programming. And I had the opportunity to go for more classes. By then, Peter is maybe 3, 4 years old, maybe a little more. I was just going one by one by one. And we had Sydney's first cousins living 2 blocks away. And he had a little cousin a week younger than him. And they were like twins. They grew up together. They went everywhere together. So it was a very easy thing for me to say, will you take Peter for the afternoon? I have a class. So that brought about the opportunity for me to matriculate. So what could I do? I had to think of something compatible with my real lifestyle, with having 4 kids and a husband. And in those days, he had office hours one night a week or whatever. Other than that, he was, usually home for dinner. So going in the afternoon was appealing, and Andy and Joel could easily go into the house and take milk and cookies if I wasn't there. And likewise, Roger had a little friend on the street. It was conducive. But I had to switch and decide on taking education because, well, if you have kids in school, you can be a school teacher. It was not my first love or my first interest.
Right.
So anyway, I transferred these college credits that I already had, which were about 70, and you need only 120 to graduate. But I had to make up all these crappy ed kit classes to fulfill the requirements for the license.
Right.
So I graduated with about 150 college credits. And so I was taking my ed classes. I took psych classes. I was going to school, and I loved it. And I'll never forget the interview I had. For admission, I had to meet the dean, and the dean said to me, Mrs. Medvin, do you think at 30 years old you can go back and be a student? And I says, I'll tell you what, Dean, if I could raise premature twins at 21, I can do anything. That was my response. And when they had a mother and daughter tea at a parent and child reception, I brought my mother and we went. I was like, a fish out of water. But that's how it happened, step by step. And by the time I got to the student teaching requirement, which was a year in the classroom under a supervised teacher, they allowed me to do my final semester on my own with a visiting university teacher. They decided I was seasoned, and I took over somebody on maternity leave's class. And that's how I started at the Honey Hollow Elementary School, with a barn on the corner of the street and a farm a little way over, and the school, a pretty little new school on the other side. It's now a bank and a shopping development. It was in Hopog. So that's how I drifted, literally, into teaching. And then after that, a few years, then started my real excitement, because I won a fellowship to NYU from the federal government. That's when I went off to college like a real kid. And I moved into the dorm at 1/5 Avenue because NYU owned it. And you could have it as a graduate student. And I had a stipend. But Andy and Joel went off to college as freshmen that same year. Sydney took 3 college kids, 3 duffel bags from school to school. Ripon, Wisconsin, Virginia, and New York. And that was a whole other chapter, a whole adventure. And that was probably the most exciting experience of my life, from what I saw, what I learned, and I grew up. I mean, it was time. A baby got married, a child. Your grandmother finished college. She had teaching experience. She lived in Florida with my folks and worked in the store and that's how she ultimately met your grandfather. But I really never branched out to that extent. I went from my daddy's house and allowance of $5 a week to our home, So I sort of caught up to life in my 30s. And it was bad. Now I'm against any kid going to college at 18 out of high school. I think that this is a manufactured farce for money and status. People who go to a university to learn and develop their minds should live a little bit, not just summer camp and teen travel and sex and drugs. That becomes the major part.
The price it is now.
And the price, it's absurd. It's also impacting on the development of the middle class in this country, which is a major problem. And we're going to have a class system like this. The welfare will grow, and the rich are going to get richer. And there's no room to wedge into middle class values. How old am I now? 70, 80?
Should we take a break for a second?
Okay. Where's the kid? Look what came out of those times.
Yeah.
The creative people, artistic people. All right, where are we? Tell me.
Okay.
Give me my lead in.
So, new day 2. Yesterday we left off on you were just getting into college in NYU.
Okay.
So let's pick up there.
Okay. so much of life really happens by chance and without planning. And sometimes if you're in a position to just be attentive, things happen. I was teaching very happily in the school district. First, it was convenient. I got out of class at 2:30. I was home for my kids' milk and cookies and whatever. And it was a very regular and comfortable household. And what comes down the pike, after I was teaching, I had to be at least 3 years, even though I was a late starter. The federal mandate came down, I think, in the early 60s, that all children had to be educated in the least restrictive environment. And that stemmed from the fact that atypical kids with usually retardation, physical handicap, emotional handicaps, were pretty much warehoused. In New York City, they used to call them the 600 schools because schools had numbers. And you can't say that they had a quality education or equal opportunities, but it was, they were fulfilling the state duty to accommodate these kids. And boom, they had a new mandate, which was much more humane and appropriate, that you had to integrate to the greatest extent possible atypical kids. So they had to put in physical accommodations like in the toilets, and they had to, arrange transportation services. But in any event, the money came down from the federal government to retrain teachers. And they wanted teachers who had already been teaching in a traditional situation with normal kids to go to NYU. And they had this special program that they inaugurated about that time. And it was a totally subsidized fellowship. That meant tuition-free, housing stipend, as well as living stipend. New York is not a cheap place to live, but it was a lot cheaper in the 60s. Okay, so one of the people on the faculty told me, and that she had been accepted, and she went, this gal named Paula. Comes back glowing with the accounts of what she learned and saw and heard and so forth. And she said to me, Lucille, you ought to try it. You'd be perfect. I'm sure. And of course, I didn't think anything of it, but I repeated this to Sidney, telling him about Paula, who he knew because they had a boat and we used to dock near each other. He says, my God, he says, if they gave Paula a fellowship, Lucille, they'll give you 2. He was very complimentary. And I hadn't thought about it. And then he says, apply. What can happen? He says, how will I do it? He says, we'll work it out. First, in the back of my mind, I thought, well, maybe I would just commute on the train. I really didn't know that much about it until I did, in fact, apply. And I had to send recommendations and whatever. And they actually sent 2 professors from NYU to come to school to observe me working. Yeah. And I remember at that time making up some stuff using blocks, namely blocks with words on them to teach kids as a help in reading. So they would use a tactile sense as well as a visual. Anyway, to make a short story longer, I was accepted. Wow. So how are we going to work it out? The twins were accepted to college simultaneously for that September, just as I was accepted for the September term. So the Medvins are packing. Pack a bag for Jolie. He's going to William and Mary in Virginia. Pack a bag for Andrew. He's going to Ripon College. Pack a bag for Mother. Anyway, the good fortune of it is we were in the kind of community where everybody knew everybody and kids. And I had wonderful, darling Natalie, this Polish farm lady who worked for us and who would run the household perfectly with or without me. And Daddy's office was down the street where the kids could ride their bike. And he certainly was home and, took care of whatever. And so it seemed suddenly we worked out a plan. And on Wednesdays, Sid didn't have office hours. So he took the boys and he came to New York and we had dinner and took them home. It was an hour and a half drive. So that was also possible. And then I would come home Friday night or Saturday morning. So I'd have somewhat of a weekend. And it was only for the year of training. Anyway, so physically we set it up and it worked out. And of course I had this support from my husband, which was great. And that was a new world to me completely. First of all, I lived in a graduate dorm at 1 Fifth Avenue, which NYU owned. And the president lived in the penthouse, and we had a suite. So the three girls they were women because they also were graduate students. And one of them was a Japanese home ec professor who came to study here, whose family was from Hiroshima. So that was in itself a kind of education. And she told me how she was middle-aged and childless because her family took the vow of never having children because of the radiation of the bomb. And we eventually had a trip there, Sheldon and I, on our trip around the world. But anyway, that was very interesting. In addition to the international night where she was dressed in her traditional clothes, and we saw her from the socks that were specially made and the obiit. Anyway, then there was another gal who was studying for some kind of psychological field, and this gorgeous, young, beautiful young woman, Nancy, who was studying city planning and sex, because we would get knocks on the door. And once somebody knocked on the door, I'm in a bathrobe, I'm studying. Oh, it was hard work. And this guy is standing there and he says to me, "You Nancy's mother?" But that's just it's a different. I had the living room suite, a cot in the living room, so I had a little more space. Anyway, it was like, but we worked. The input was so interesting because the art department participated, the music, we did movement therapy, art things, that there are so many different disciplines in addition to the medical and the psychiatric and the psychological. And and in addition to that, we spent a couple of hours a day out in the field going to schools with special needs kids in these classes. And I learned a lot from the teachers who had to live with them and kind of invent as they went along, because you're there, you want to teach them. So essentially you're inventing something for every child you're with if you want them to learn, because you can't learn from the syllabus of Scott Forsman publishers. Okay, so that was, and I had to do demonstration classes. And I once remember a group of boys, probably 11 or 12, and what I wanted to do, and you're trying to explain the facts of life to them. Where do babies come from? So what did I do? I took a rubber dolly, a nice size one. I took a toy doll, took a string. I inserted it into the doll. And anyway, but they got the picture. So what you have to do is be very sensitive to where they are and what they require. You can't be shackled to what the state or the county tells you you must teach. They're 12 years old, this. So anyway, so I went from different schools. I was at the League School, which was part of Kings County Hospital, where there were kids who didn't speak. They were autistic kids. It was a smattering, but in small groups, which was, of course. But one of the best lectures I heard in class was from this real Bronx broad of a professor. Frances was her name, Frances Minor. And she says, "Don't come and tell me what a kid can't do. Everybody can find that out." He says, "You get out there, you come back and tell me what a child can do." Which is a very interesting twist to see what their strengths and weaknesses are. And that encouraged a lot of original thinking in how to work with each kid. Yeah. And what I loved about being in New York, we could, there usually was an aide or somebody to help around. So you take a half a dozen kids and walk them through the streets, and they sniff and they look. And I remember one thing we did on an afternoon was go into a fish store and let the kids feel the fish and the cold ice. You tell them, "This is ice, cold ice." Next activity that same day, following the fish store, was an ice cream parlor. And we went in and we ordered have ice cream. And one kid pipes up, "Ice, ice." He met, experientially is what they really need. Yeah. So every group I worked with, we worked, I think, with 3 major classes, was a challenge and whatever. In between the readings, my eyeballs were nearly falling out by the time I finished that year. I finished in 1967. I went in, and the other thing was the firmament on the campus and the rumpet. It was a very vibrant time, particularly to be in New York. You feel the pulse beat of everything. Sure. And I never went away to school. I never lived in a dorm. NYU in the 60s. Yeah, it was a hoot. So, and the thing is, everything was theory then. There wasn't the basis of knowledge. So at NYU, they had this philosophy that children who were autistic and emotionally the way they were, well, because they were from primarily Jewish educated families where the parents were divorced and the kids were traumatized. That was the recipe. Contrasting with Yeshiva University, who had a more organic approach, and they had this idea of conditioning. So it was called M&M University Program, because what they did was it was rewards and punishment. So the teachers had the M&Ms, to reward them, and anything relating to organic wasn't acceptable, which of course the two have merged. And there is a lot of validity in it, and there's bogus crap about divorced kids of Jewish high-end. Yeah. But anyway.
Remember where you were when JFK died? What's that like?
I was in a classroom, 2nd grade, Honey Hollow Elementary School. My first job teaching.
63.
I guess it was 63. Yeah. That's the year I graduated, and they let me do student teaching in lieu. off campus in a classroom instead of whatever, because I was so old in school. I was in my 30s. So anyway, that's what. And and the principal came running in, and why did he call me? Why did he come to tell us? I guess, or to tell me, whatever. The place was, it was just like astounded.
Yeah.
It was like the country was paralyzed. And in succession, there was the shooting. I saw it on TV of Ruby shooting Oswald. The whole thing was bizarre. And the blood on her dress and getting on Air Force One. I saw all of that on television.
Yeah.
It was unreal. Totally unreal. And that was the end. I remember seeing Roosevelt in an open car in New York. I think I even remember Bobby Kennedy campaigning from an open car. There was, the society was so open.
Yeah.
And
there were a lot of big events in the 60s. Do you remember anything else that made an impact?
Everything made an impact.
Yeah.
Primarily the fact that I had teenage sons. Right. That made a very big impact on me. And we had a tremendous decision to make. And it was very, very difficult. My husband was a proud veteran and served in horrible conditions in Burma, who doesn't exist anymore, in India, had terrible experiences. He had to crawl through the jungle at some point without an anesthesia and with instruments only to pull a tooth, because a soldier with a toothache can't function. Yeah. And he got lost in the jungle and was picked up. And I mean, he had stories he didn't even want to tell. And when this thing came, and we had to really think and talk very hard, and he cried. And he said he didn't want his boys to be soldiers in a war. He was not enchanted with a war, particularly this shtick with Vietnam. He says, oh, what? Why?
Yeah.
And what we decided between us was we would go to Canada. I would take the boys to Canada. That was how desperate. But as it turned out, they didn't go. The boys took Andy for an all-night drive. That's what the kids were doing, where they had 9 cups of coffee and 3, 4, 5 Coca-Colas and didn't sleep. And Andy exceeded the blood pressure limits.
Oh.
Yeah. And Joel, who was very allergic, he was like you, the blonde, blue-eyed one. I fetched the feather quilt from the attic and a feather pillow, all of which were no-nos. And he went for his exam with swollen eyes, a runny nose, and whatever. And also a letter from the doctor saying he had, I don't know, pre-asthmatic symptoms or whatever, historically. We did what, we really, did what we had to do to bypass it.
Yeah.
Because in our conscience, in our hearts, this was not going to be another generation of Medvins in a war.
Roger was 5 years young.
Well, there was no problem with Roger and Peter,
right.
So that was a very heart-wrenching period, But in any event, I came back and graduated. I had wonderful recommendations from, to get the fellowship, which was very nice. And I went back to teaching in elementary school, and it was wonderful. They threw money from the federal government like you wouldn't believe. And I had 10 kids and an aide, maybe 2 aides. So I could work intensively with a child and assess each according to what they could or could not do. And that was interesting. And then the excitement really began because friends of mine worked in Bellport schools, which is the next district from ours, and they were offering an extra stipend to work in special ed, and it was a lovely place. So I moved over 6 miles. I got more money, and I worked at junior high. And in junior high, I had a budget. What would I like to outfit a special class? Thank you very much. And amongst the things we had done on campus at NYU was the alternative things. So I requested a kitchen. I said, whatever's wrong with a kid, they like to eat. So we had a stove and a refrigerator, a setup, and we could have treats and all that. And then we had, I know what I did. I had an open space. I designed the room where we had low storage cabinets with cubbies and whatever kids needed. But I learned that children, you can't touch them. If one kid goes like this to the next kid, there's World War III. They hit, they scream, they experience everything much more intensely. So I set it up so everyone could see the blackboard. There were only 10 kids, and nobody could touch each other. So that was a big help. And also on the side, there were a lot of ancillary in-service classes with all new information pouring in. And I would attend on a Saturday. And I got a lot of inflow of information, and in some of the literature for exceptional children, which was a newly published journal, So I had a flowing in of helpful things, and I worked in there, and it was a terrible time. It was a biracial school with tracks. Here was this beautiful waterfront area with gorgeous houses. And who lived there? The people working at Brookhaven Lab, the research people and all that. And who lived here on this side of the tracks, literally, was a black ghetto. Talk about anger, talk about deprivation, Well, they really shafted the kid. Well, they took very good care of the very bright kids. The truth was, the very worst they shipped to Lucille, and the rest struggled along. That's the gist of it. It's really a very sad commentary. Okay, so things are going along quite well. Ding-a-ling-a-ling, they want to, am I finished?
Okay, ding-a-ling-a-ling.
And in that period of time, when I was working at that school, Sidney died. On a Saturday night, we had a lovely time. We went with his cousins to the high school where their little girl was in a play. And then we came home to their house and had coffee and cake. Very pleasant, social family. We all supported each other's kids. We supported each other. And we lived just blocks apart. And that's the cousin Peter grew up with. They had a little boy a week after Peter was born. Okay, fine. And Sunday morning, we have to get up fairly early. We have an unveiling of some friends who lost a parent, whatever. So we go to bed Saturday night. I love you. Good night. And in the morning, it's time to get up. He's still sleeping. Get up. I jump in the shower. I said, I'm going to shower first. I jumped into the shower. I said, Sidney, you have to get up. Only he was gone. He wasn't gone. He was, strange noises were coming out. He was dead, and for all intents and purposes, he was dead. And I was stunned. So, of course, I picked up the phone. I called 911. And our neighbor and very good friend across the street, Milton Rosenberg, was a physician. And I called him. Well, he was there before the ambulance. And he jumped on the bed and he started pumping and pumping his heart, his chest. The ambulance came and he went with them and was, in any event, by the time I called Jolie to take me to the hospital, maybe I don't know, maybe it was within a half hour or 40 minutes. By the time we got to the hospital, he was gone. He had an infarction in his sleep, never woke up. So talk about a change in your life on every level. And I was 51 and never lived on my own, except the days at NYU. So I had to build a life. And within that short frame of time, they decided that they wanted to extend special ed into the high school, and they needed somebody with my credentials to qualify. Ding-a-ling, Lucille, will you come up? They told my chairman they would like to bring me up to the high school. And she says, I'm not going to tell Lucille to do anything. You'll have to ask her if she wants to. So which was very courteous and very kind. And they asked me, and I decided to do that, to move up to the high school, new experience, another set of people. And
Sydney was how old?
he died, his birthday was May 3rd, and he died April 29th, I think. He would have been 59.
And that was what year?
Oh, yeah, I don't know what year. I was 51. What year?
Late 60s.
I guess.
Okay.
I guess. So, the boys had graduated college, the twins. And Roger was in California working, so he too had finished Northeastern. And Peter was at Colorado College. He hadn't graduated. We were planning on going up for graduation. That was the big thing. And all the things we were ever going to do. My husband was the Gorna man. Oh, when the kids are out of school, we're going to get a trailer. We're going to cross the country. We're going to here. And he had tremendous adventures in mind, and he was exceedingly well read. And he read National Geographic from the time he was 4. And so his scope and his vision of things was very big. So anyway, so I used to call him the Gorna man, who got to do nothing, unfortunately, except a windjammer once to Maine. That was fabulous, and he was so happy. He loved the water. He loved the boat. So I think that also motivated me to not say I'm gonna. I will do what I will do now. So that's, I guess, triggered a lot of what I ultimately did. So,
70s look like.
So I was teaching. My life went on for 10 years in my hometown. I got a real estate license, so that took care of my weekends and after school, because nobody wanted to work weekends. Yeah, I was in Patchogue till the day I moved to get married to Shelley. I loved it. The family, his family were wonderful. We were a lot of young marrieds at the same time. So, and they were wonderful. They were my family. And my parents moved to Florida just before I had Roger. So, I have pictures of the boys at the beach on South Beach. I gave them to Scott, in fact, on Sunday night. But anyway, so I stayed. So it was not a little house, whatever, but my income was okay, because I was working and then I had my real estate, and the boys had arranged for me to have a monthly income for a couple of years due to the sale of the practice, which made it possible to sell quickly to a young man, and it made it better for me. So I was secure. But what did I do? Our house was built on a hill, so there was no basement. Essentially, the bottom was street level. And down there was a huge playroom with a fireplace and a bedroom that we had created for Roger. He had a suite and all kind. It was and a door to the outside terrace. I created an apartment instead of a dog because the kids thought it would be safer. And it was a very inexpensive conversion. I got one of these wall kind of stove, refrigerator, mini kitchens. And I was going to put a tenant in there. I did.
Yeah.
I rented it out, which paid my taxes. So I had my privacy. And then there was an interesting parade of people who came through. I think my kids could write a book about that. I remember one darling gal who was an aide to me in class. Lizzie rented it, and she was a love and stayed for a while. And then a gentleman split who had a store in town, left his wife, and whatever, he came quiet, an older man, quiet, wonderful. And it made me feel good to have, a sign of life. They didn't have anything to do with me. And he moved on. And the funniest, two very funny ones, was in the real estate office, a young fellow came with his sister. They're looking for a house for mother, whatever. And I worked with them. I don't know if I found it or not. And he says, maybe you know of a little apartment. He said, I need just for me. He says, and every other weekend I have my little boy with me. Do you know of anything? So I thought, what a sweet kid. Here he came looking for his mother, even though he had a tattoo and whatever. So I said, well, I have this little apartment, if you'd like. And I think I got $500 for a month. Okay, I take him. He loves the apartment. It's fine. Okay, move in. Guy comes with a motorcycle, moves into the apartment, and he looks, this look with the black leather jacket. And my kids said, what? They were shocked. So I said, this is a good, kid. And look, he has, and his little boy, he's not staying around and moving upstairs. Well, anyway, he was the sweetest kid. If he heard my car coming in the garage, he would come running out. Do I need help with any bundles or whatever? And he would carry them. It was very comforting to me. But, my kids endured a lot. And then another time, I had somebody in there, and this lovely young woman comes to the office, the real estate office, on a Saturday, and literally with swollen eyes. Her name was Cherie. Okay? She was like a young woman in her 20s. Okay, Cherie's in tears. She broke up with her boyfriend, packed her bags, and ran away. Do I have any place for her? Oh, I didn't. I didn't know what to do. I said, you know what? Come home with me. You can stay in my son's room. I have nobody home. So I bring Cherie home. Mother, what did you do? Okay, so who is Cherie? Cherie is a PhD working at Brookhaven Laboratory. Okay. She's the daughter of a famous ophthalmologist. And she stayed, which I kept her there, I don't know, a few days, a week. And then the apartment was cleared and she moved in. It was just a ride. So my kids, lived through many shocks. and then she got a transfer or something. So she got another guy from Brookhaven Lab, nice young man, a scientist, and he moved in. And somehow they kept in touch. They ended up getting married. So at one point, was there visiting. She was downstairs. And that weekend, Sheldon came and visited me. So we had notes from the lovers upstairs to the lovers downstairs. So you know what? You're left with lemons and you make lemonade because everything was an adventure. Because as I said, I had no experiences before to speak of. I was a kid.
Right.
And so I was moved into different worlds. But the teaching part of my life in special ed was so illuminating in so many ways in terms of assessing and respecting the needs and the potential of people. If you dig at it, how you find it. And I taught, and the best of all is when I was just student teaching and working with regular kids, I had to bring in exercises of what I had been doing in classroom because technically I was being supervised. And one of the things was a little worksheet the kids had saying, my teacher teaches me, and they had a place to enumerate what their teacher teaches you. And one little boy wrote, my teacher teaches me not to be afraid. And I didn't think too much of it. And I took it, that was amongst the papers I took to the university when I was doing still an undergrad, waiting for my degree. And I showed that, and the professor took it and he put it away in his drawer. And he says, this is an achievement. I didn't quite see it that way.
Your uncles used to do.
That's right. That's exactly so. That had been done to me. Yeah. So, anyway, and at that point, that's when, well, I don't know. Oh, I know. I subsequently had to write back to get my recommendation for the admission. And he wrote me back a note. He says, I sent the recommendation letter for you. He says, you're in, honey. Which was very nice. And once in my plan book, every week we had to submit a plan book. And the way I was working, that's the other thing, I stayed so late on Friday. I basically created a curriculum for every child I was working with. I collected the kinds of worksheets that, and the objectives. So, an aide could supervise and I could, and it also gave the kids a sense of finishing and moving on. And that was very good. And another thing but that was work. Usually you plan for a class, and each of my kids was a class. So I really had to look and know that child. And then I created this thing. One of the things my kids, they're sensitive to touch. And what do kids in school do? They flail, or they do this, they ding each other. It's what they do. So at that time, they came out with study carrels in the colleges, a little cubicle, so that each one could work individually. They had them in the library, and I had a budget. So I ordered cubicles, and I called them an office. So I gave them a little name tag, and they could go to their office and work. So I had to assess their needs and the environment in which they could work. So these were all the challenges. But of course, I had 4 kids, and you had to keep peace amongst them also. So it came pretty naturally. And one of the things each of my kids always had was space they could call their own. And when I work with some of these kids who were really poor, you couldn't tell them they had their cubbies with their names on, as they have in most classrooms. And then I said, you have to have everything in a place. But they didn't have furniture to put and drawer space. So we got cartons, we painted them, and we put their names on. And each kid had a couple of cartons and decided what would go in there. So some underwear, shoes, sock, whatever the heck suited them. So they created a sense of themselves and their space. So it was a very interesting kind of work. And one of the faculty people, somebody at the college, and Sydney was talking to one of the professors at the undergraduate graduation, and he said something about, I think my wife should go to graduate school. I think, he said, your wife has a psychological genius in her. She'll find her way wherever she decides to go. That was Charlie Raybeck. He was a very open-minded, new kind of thinker and was inventing in his head all kinds of campuses. Anyway, he was a very interesting, nice man. And he thought a lot of, I mean, you couldn't help but notice me because I was an old lady with all these kids by comparison. But it was fun. I adored it. I adored going to school and the classes and whatever. And the thing is this, since you needed 128 degrees for a diploma, or 120, for a bachelor's degree, that was the requirement. It probably still is. But you also needed 40 hours in education to get a certificate for the state. So I ended up with a bachelor's and 160 credits. So I took some electives along the way. In fact, that's what I went to England and studied at City College of London. The summer after Sydney died in April, our plan was for me to do a final class, an elective in London. And he would meet me there. The program was a couple of months, and so he'd get time. And I would get the credit. And I also thought, that's a good place to be. You live at the university. And there was also, was that the year I went to Scotland for there was a meeting, the special ed worldwide, the first one, the Society for Education of Exceptional Children. And so I was able to go to Scotland for that meeting, move over to London at the college, and be there until Sydney would come to run. Well, and he died. I was going to leave in June. Of course, I'm not going to go. I'm dead. I'm crazy. I don't know what I'm going to do. I couldn't foresee that far ahead. And Rabbi Stefanski, who was young and sort of rallied around us with the kids. In fact, he married your mother. He was at her first wedding. They became very close to Rabbi Stefanski because of the way he embraced all the young people. Everybody. I mean, your mom, the siblings, Gloria and Lester. It was total shock for everybody. So anyway, he said to me, Lucille, the Jewish law is when in death, you don't postpone life for death. If you have a plan and a commitment that you make during life, that's what you do. You don't make your plans after, but if it's a plan before death, that's what you must do. And I had enrolled in whatever, and they literally pushed me. My girlfriend Arlene came and packed a bag. I didn't know what world I was in. And I remember she says, you have to put in a warm nightgown. It could be cold. I still remember that, and I froze to death. I had to go to the store and buy sweaters and underwear. It happened to be very cold. So I did get from Scotland, and I got to London, and that was very therapeutic to get involved. We went to Reading College, and I saw a lot, and I was impressed with a lot of what I saw, and so saddened by the fact that they were bragging that they were going to adapt they were going to adopt American textbooks and all that stuff that coming year. They're so impressed. What we had were these $10 books that the kids had to cover and read and treasure and take back. They put little paperbacks out for their kids with stories. And at the end of the year, the kids owned the books with the stories. And I thought, what a great idea that was. And I lamented the fact that it was so trendy to copy what the Americans were doing. So it's stupid. They had a couple of classrooms and a library. And they got their assignments, and they each could go and pick out a book at their reading level. So everybody was essentially involved with the same topic, but not necessarily from the same goddamn book. And I remember the teacher as a facilitator. She would sit there and kids would ask a question. And she would first say, I'll bet Johnny knows that. They were at a little table, the kids. She says, did you ask Johnny to show you? So she encouraged kids to interact and help each other instead of saying, shh, no talking. Look it up on page 60. Yeah, I was very impressed with what they were doing. And I thought to myself, stupids, what are you in a hurry to emulate? But be that as it may. And while I'm in London, I get a phone call from Italy, which is a whole other chapter because we had exchange students in our revolving door of people. And Paolo was an Italian kid who came over from his town on a teen trip for the summer, whatever, and ended up living with us for a while.
Good.
I'm fine. I don't know who's going to ever watch all this. Anyway, Paolo calls up. We're an hour and a half by plane from London. You must come here to be with us. What? He said, you must let us love you, which I thought was such a beautiful invitation. And he was in law school at that point. He was and anyway, I speak to Peter on the phone. Peter says, Mother, if you don't go, it's insulting, And so I went to Italy on the plane, and Paolo and Grandpa met me. And Paolo gave up his room and went to stay and shared a room with his brother. And they were wonderful to me. Paolo schlepped me around on his motorcycle on the back seat to visit his buddies. And he also wanted to show me the cornfields. Why? He saw on Long Island we had cornfields, and we bought and ate the corn. He says they just fed the corn to the animals. So anyway, so I met all these young people, and I didn't understand what they were saying, but they were very cordial. And at one point, I went with some of these youngsters to Verona, And we went to the arena where they had the opera. And there to see opera with the Italian population was a wonderful experience. It's all open air. And it's the arena where they would have the killing of the tigers and the lions and stuff. Okay. And they come floating in, mothers, fathers, grandmothers, babies, and they come in before twilight and sit with picnics. They're all eating. And then as the sun goes down and dark begins to descend, they sell for a penny candles. And everybody lights the candles in lieu of a curtain, I guess. And you have this beautiful scene of hundreds, maybe thousands of people with the lit candles, and then the opera begins. And that's a tremendous experience. So, and they apologized they couldn't get seats where the chairs were because it was sort of late. But I loved it. We sat on pillows, and it was El Fortino del Destino, the opera we saw, which isn't produced very much. It's not one of the, but oh God, to me it was another world. I loved it. Yeah. So I rode a motorcycle. Oh, and I even went up to the college that he went to, the law schools in Bologna, and he took me over and showed the professor or whatever. He said, "My mama Americana." Isn't that sweet? And do you know the boys, we stayed friends their whole lives. Peter worked in Europe and traveled and that was his headquarters if I had to send something, because wherever he went. And he ended up coming and going. And for my 90th birthday, Paolo and his wife and his little boy were in the restaurant that we walked into that night. They flew in. And they spent the days at the beach that we had in lieu of the party. We had a beach house. And they surprised me, which was just a wonderful, wonderful kind of thing. So I've just had so many people and places and things, and I never got rich, and I always got along, and we didn't have this dating game for the seniors, for widows like they have here. It's an industry. Or even in your age group, nobody meets somebody at a party or at something, except Alan met his wife at a wedding. Yeah, but other than that, it's the bars, and Shelley's a distant cousin. I knew our parents were the same age, and Buddy, good friends. He was my mother's cousin's son, and my mother said as kids we used to go back and forth and visit. But he's the same age as your grandma. So as little kids, they used to play. I had no recollection, although my mother said we went to his birthday parties. Didn't know. So anyway, I didn't keep ever in contact, and he went to medical school in Chicago and married a Chicago woman, and ultimately settled upstate New York. So, and his father died. His mother moved to Miami Beach, and my parents would see her. And in fact, they came to the Delano when my parents had this store there, and your mother worked there after college. They were looking for your mother. And she was in New York or New Jersey, I think, visiting Lester. So it was just one of those funny things. So I always tell her, I says, well, Shelley came looking for you, couldn't find you, settled for me. But as it turned out, that was the end of anything. His mother died, and he became widowed, not way after me. And there was a wedding in Jersey for his first cousin's daughter, whom I'm very friendly with. And and she's divorced, so after I would visit and get together with her in New York years later. So I come to the wedding. I decided I just couldn't, because driving from Patchogue all the way out to Neverland in some part of Jersey was a little much. Even though I used to drive back and forth from Atlantic City like that, but I usually would stay. So I respectfully declined the invitation. A week or so before, she calls me. She says, your mother and father are coming, Gloria and Lester are coming, Aunt Sophie is coming. She says, and I got you a ride. She says, my cousin Shelley is coming from upstate, driving, and he's staying with me. But I'll be going the day before to the hotel in New Jersey. So she said, he will pick you up and take you. He's picking up friends of mine at this hotel, and you can drive with him. And then he'll put you on the train. You don't have to drive. Okay, I'm coming to the party. So that's what happened. So he took me, and we went to the wedding. We had the most wonderful time. We danced, we ate, whatever. And then he was staying overnight in Joan's apartment. And we met his son. The wedding was over. And he says, before you leave, I want you to meet my son. He's flying in on business, blah, blah. Anyway, so he had a suite in this hotel downtown. And he's staying in New York for a few days, business. He says, if you want to stay over, he says, I have a suite. You can have a room and a bath. And Shelley says, do that. We'll go to breakfast. I'll put you on the train, and I'll drive back home. So that's what we did. So I said, sure, I slept with the sun. So the next day, we went to the Carnegie Deli for breakfast. And I ordered the oatmeal, and he had lox and whatever the hell people eat that are normal. And he took me to the train, he kissed me goodbye, and he said to me, he says, I had a wonderful time. He says, we'll get together in Florida maybe when I come down. And he says, but you sure eat funny. I was a vegetarian. So that's what happened. He came down for New Year's he had an apartment on the beach in Miami Beach, and I was down at my parents' in Century Village. So he said, you've got to, and he called and said, save me New Year's Eve. I'm getting my cousins from Chicago are coming to town, and my son is coming with his fiance. And he says, come and join us, and we'll do something for New Year's Eve. So they had this beautiful big apartment, and it worked out fine. And they had what they called a Florida room, which is essentially a guest room. And he had space. And what do? I get a call from my Medvin mishpacha, Sydney's brother and his wife. We always kept in touch. What are you doing New Year's Eve? I said, I really don't know, but this cousin of mine is in town with his entourage, and I promised to be his date. So she says, oh, if you have no plans, you come to our house. So we did. The kids were gone. So this other couple who I just love, were wonderful people. We were having a lot of fun, and Sheldon and I, we went there to my brother-in-law and sister-in-law's house. Had a lovely New Year's Eve party, whatever. Of course, I get a call a day or so later. Lucille, what's going on with this Shelley person? So I said to her, nothing really. He's a cousin of mine. And we knew each other as kids, and our parents were friendly. But I haven't. He's a widower now, and I haven't, really seen him. Oh, okay. I answered her question, and that was fine. And subsequently, that's when it really started, because after that, he sent me a Valentine. And I was in California when I got it, and he knew where I was. I evidently had spoken to him. So anyway, we were married the following. When did we get married? July, right at a year after the wedding that we attended in Jersey, and so that's when I sold my house. At that time, I was 61 years old. That's when I married.
Late 70s or so.
Whatever. I'll look it up. And but I had to move because he was still practicing. He was the chief of radiology at the hospital of in Rome, New York, which is outside of Syracuse. It's also a little city, and they had a big, beautiful house there. And so it wasn't feasible to say, come live in my house. I had, he was geographically limited, so I had to sell my house if I was going to marry him. And that's what made me sell my house. Nothing else probably would have, And Lady Luck was with me because I'm moving into his house. He had wonderful movers up there that he knew who were coming to get whatever stuff I hadn't sold or given away, because he had everything. So they came to get my stuff, I guess, on a Monday. And on the previous Saturday, he had a fire, a very dangerous fire from a plugged-in plastic-coated radio or phone in the attic, which was a finished room for the boys at the time. And I had been up there. We had a party because his daughter became engaged or something. And the clock was plugged in and melted and caused this fire. And he barely got out, but they contained it to the second floor. But the water damage was extensive. And everything I didn't like got ruined. Boo-hoo. So, and your grandfather says, you witch. you, I didn't know how to say, I don't like this or I don't like that. And it wasn't that, that wasn't my focus. Well, to make a long story short, we very happily redid that house beautifully. And we're porch people, we decided. So we took a small porch and made it double the size and put in windows all around and a gas fireplace, which made it very appealing and very cozy. That couch out there was bought for that porch. And the rest of the furniture that goes with it, Andy's house has a big rocker and an ottoman, and I did sell the dining thing because we used to eat out there. It was lovely. The whole thing, it was a lovely part of my life and adventure. And we took the garage and made a kitchen and laundry room, a new kitchen and laundry room, and just built on a garage. So it was and I liked it. He belonged to this little synagogue. There were not too many Jews around, but it was a close-knit Jewish community of very nice people. And I liked small town living. And we would make pilgrimages to Syracuse, to Wegmans, which was a tremendous adventure. And then we had the apartment on the beach in Miami Beach. So, and he had two partners, and they would spell each other like for 4 days, do work through. So we would run down and we'd have a lovely vacation spot. And that was great. And he retired. That was a prenup agreement that we were going to retire to Florida because he loved upstate as long as he could ski. And he knew that if he couldn't ski, he didn't want to be cold anymore. So that's the story. But Michael and Scott and the kids had a wonderful visit time visiting, we took Michael and Scott and gave them ski lessons, and they had quite a time. And Crazy Michael started 2 lessons down a bunny hill, and then he's up on the top. We turned around. He took the tram thing, and he went up. Oh, he was something else. He loved the snow and the ice, and the boys had a blast. It was a different world for them. So, anywho, um, so he retired early. After 3 years, he was, but and we were going. We used to be snowbirds. But living, I loved when we were there as vacationers, and I didn't like it as living. It was congested and it was far. My parents were in Deerfield, and it was a schlep to go because we were at the ocean and they were inland. So it was kind of elaborate to try. And also, I realized you can't sit on the sun in the beach all day. You'd be a prune and, cancer ridden.
Yeah.
And Shelley would sit in that sun forever if you'd let him. So I wasn't too happy to keep it. But nevertheless, in the interim, my folks passed, and everything got so, and we moved in right away to stay with my father. We didn't know, get our bearings and whatever. And
Stay with your father?
We went to Century Village, moved into that apartment to be with him, and left our apartment in Deerfield. Sure. And it was, and Shelley loved being with my daddy because my father would tell him stories of his father and how when they were young marrieds, they would spend time together and whatever. And he loved to hear the stories.
Who was his father again?
His father was my mother's cousin. I don't know how, because it had to be through her father's side. And all we know is they were from the same town. So it wasn't like us, all very close blood relations. But in those days,
All in Odessa.
they were from Odessa, yeah. So I still remember his grandmother because she was buddy with my grandmother.
Right.
So we did have a story. So anyway, there was a lot of familiarity and similarity, and he was wonderful with my father. And it was, so there was only 3 months between the time they died. So before there was any change or decision making, really, because there was the question, what are we going to do? He died. So we stayed there trying to wind things up. And with that, we get word of this trip around the world.
With your dad, it was a natural cause? Papa?
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, first place, he had told me a short time before he died, he says, Grandma needs me. They were so close. He was retired for many years, and they were inseparable. They were always together. And then after Leonard was born, they moved to Atlantic City. They had an apartment in Vender.
Right.
So they were together. And my daddy did work. He worked doing repair work in the jewelry shop in Atlantic City. And his regret was when he got to Florida, that he wasn't near anything, because this was sort of the boonies when they moved to Century Village. This brand new community had been a farm. So all the action was elsewhere, but he could have worked. And every morning he did 2 things. He exercised so that he could be limber. They walked, they were always in the water, and always I told Mother too, I want her to take up knitting or something. He says, you always have to take care of your hands. And he always had little tools, and he was always fixing something. He always had to put watch straps on or whatever. but he had to have feel that his hand was on it and his hands ready to work, which was interesting. Yeah. So anyway, he died with all his marbles and total memory of everything and everybody.
Died in his sleep at home?
No, he didn't die in his sleep. I don't know what happened. Maybe it was a heart attack. And we were there or near there or whatever, but he had to be hospitalized. Oh, I was in the ambulance with him. We must have been there. And they started questioning me. What's his social security number? When was he born? I said, ask him. And they looked at me. He was 90, 91. And he tells him his social security number and when he was born. And right on the money. And it was the weekend of Jeffrey Rosinski's wedding in California. And he had bought a new suit. And we had tickets. We were going to take him to California to the wedding. That was a big thing with the whole Sega family. You have to be together for a simcha. And even in the hospital, he was there maybe 3-4 days before he went. And he says, don't give up the tickets on the plane. He says, maybe we can get there. He was so eager to go. And he passed. So then, as I said, we were there, but before we got there or something, we were on a trip to Alaska, a folk dance trip. I was in a folk dance group. Oh, nobody's gonna ever watch all this. Anyway, so I knew the people and whatever, and he was being kind to me. He had no interest in going folk dancing, but we went. And that ship we were on was recommissioned after the season, and used to go on semester at sea, which at that time was sponsored by University of Pittsburgh, I think. Every few years, another college takes over the management. And they showed a video of this trip and the ship going on this trip around the world. We get to the next port. Shelley calls the school and said, please send me brochures. I'm very interested in your program. And they did. And we took this 100-day voyage. We left from Vancouver and we traveled to 10 countries for 5 days each. And in between, every hour at sea was a class hour so that the kids got their semester credit. And we were free to participate in any class we liked. So we were in school all day when we were at sea. And it was fascinating. They had a wonderful collection of professors. Not all of them were from Pittsburgh. And I got to meet, particularly in a poetry class, Dennis Brutus, a Black professor who had been in Robbins Island with Nelson Mandela. Oh, I have this beautiful book, beautiful, powerful poetry, and just speaking to the man and hearing him. And he took some of us who wanted to go to Parliament at a time when Mandela was there. So I actually got to see him. And yeah. And lovely to see how a man emerged with such a gentle spirit and way after what he had been through was very, very amazing. Yeah. So I mean, experiences that you can't even think of in any terms of you know. And I remember when we were in Hiroshima, we went to the Museum of Peace, which impressed me very much because it has the documentation of World War II and the bombings and so forth. And what they teach their school kids through this museum, and that this must never happen again. It was a terrible, terrible time. And even to have such a weapon, and we must never allow the world to face anything like this again. And they acknowledged they were wrong. And I was so impressed with the way they dealt with it, you know. And we were on a safari at one point. When we went to Kenya, we were able, there's so many off stories of just the countries and the people.
How long was
the whole thing was 100 days. Oh, shoot. Is that yours or mine? It's yours.
I don't know what's happening. That's not mine.
Well, mine was turned off. Oh, don't ask. Oh, I'm going to throw it in the garbage. If we turn...
You want me to grab it?
No, my knee is lame. I can't... I'm getting a new phone any day. Oh, it's my bond guy. I can't talk to him now. Oh, I learned finance all by myself. I made money all by myself. I've lost money all by myself. But all the things that a person is supposed to know growing up in our society, I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't. What do they call it when a species creates themselves? A hermaphrodite? No, that's different.
Autodidact.
Huh?
Autodidact, maybe? When you teach yourself?
I don't know.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Do you know what I'm saying? I learned as I lived. I went, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so how long was that world tour?
100 days.
Wow.
And we came home for a few months and went around we went once the Atlantic, once the Pacific. Okay. And the first time we went, we left from the Bahamas. And Joel came down to see us off. And there's a picture somewhere of us with her. I had to pack for winter, summer, spring, and fall because of the itinerary. Oh, it was so funny. And there were 30 seniors. Oh. 20 of them played bridge across the world. And 10 of us were in class all the time.
You're still taking classes.
Forever taking classes.
Yeah.
But that, oh.
Let me grab that one.
There's one on my dress. All right. That I.
Call from Fund INC.
They need. Okay.
Will they leave us alone?
Maybe. I get whatever. I can't turn that really off. Okay. So we're spinning around the world. What can Okay.
Each of those trips was 100 days or so?
Yes, exactly 100 days.
Wow.
And so that's how I got to the... Oh, I'm so sorry. Hello? Yes? Yes. Tell me fast. I have something very important I'm in the middle of. Oh, I'm going to weep. Okay. Very much so. Okay, we'll have to meet and talk. I can't talk now. I'd be grateful if you did. Thank you. Right, bye-bye. Okay, my bond man died. Left. I'll have to find out. He helped me a lot.
Died?
I don't know. He's no longer with the firm that I've been dealing with since Shelley died.
Oh.
And he guided me, and I trust. Okay.
Okay, so you did the world tours. Now we're in the mid-90s or so.
Yes. And in between, we were at Century Village. Oh, and we decided we would stop being snowbirds. That was one thing. That was the other thing. We ran home, and he spent more time taking care of the house. There was always something from the snow and the ice, and it was a bad place to leave empty. And we decided we were so happy in this little apartment. It was great. It didn't matter. Uh, Everything we needed and wanted to do worked out. It was embarrassing to me to see a Mercedes in this lower income, place like Century Village.
Is that what you had at the time?
We always had a Mercedes.
Oh.
And that was nice. Anyway, at one point we did have a Cadillac, because when Shelley was disabled, really, I had either a walker with me, and I think at some point we had a light wheelchair transport to increase where we could go. And Peter was a vice president at that time of GM, and he got me this motorized thing at a good price. So that year, that's when we switched. But be that as it may.
You moved down to Century Village full time?
We sold a house in Rome. He sold his house. Rome, New York. Yeah. We decided we didn't need it. Yeah. And then, so what to do, where to go? So we just hung out in Century Village. And we were so busy. We got involved with FAU, at the Florida Atlantic University, lifelong learning. So that became a wonderful venue for us. And they didn't even have a separate building for the lifelong learning. We were itinerants. In fact, I was telling that to the new administration there. We went to spare classrooms. They would book us in. We even got bigger and went to a nearby church, and even to a movie theater at 10 o'clock in the morning before it opened. And they had different programs. I mean, there was always something interesting. We got involved with the Middle Eastern Affairs program. We got into opera, which has become a passion. I listened all my life to it, but these classes were involved, and so many different things. Sometimes we went together, sometimes we split, and then they had the state gave the university gave the program a plot of land on which to build their own building. And that was really so they collected, however, and Shelley gave them an endowment of a nice few $1,000s. His name is on a plaque in the lobby, and ultimately we got a building, which was it's a beautiful 500-seat auditorium with wonderful lighting and everything else, and it's self-sustaining by the lifelong learning program. It is not subsidized by the university. And that's where Andy, so I told when we went to a class on the Middle East, Walid Faris is the name of the professor we had, who's a Lebanese Christian lawyer who came to us and ultimately had to leave to Washington because he was hired by a think tank and spent several years. And recently he did a gig just one day that I know of, and Andy and I went when I told Andy what it was about, And I walked over later and I told him, Professor Ferries, you're now teaching 2 generations. And he shook Andy's hand. He got a big kick out of it. So I said to him, how's your little boy? Because I remember being in his class and him announcing his wife had a baby. He says, my little boy is in college. So that's how far back. But Shelley and I loved it, and we were very close by geographically in Deerfield. So then we had options. Shall we go into a condo? They're building all these beautiful condos, 55 and over. And you can play golf, and you can play tennis, and you can go to the movies, and you can, I don't know. But it didn't appeal to us. We still had friends coming and going who weren't retired. And we socialized with these people, would meet them for dinner and whatever. And we didn't want the confines of a defined social setting. So we sold the house in Rome. We sold the house on the water in Miami Beach. We stayed in this little shtetl, this little Century Village apartment, totally happy without all the stuff we ever had. It didn't matter. And we had time. And we used our time the way we, as Shelley says, all the years of medical school and everything. Well, you always have to. You have to read the journal. You have to keep up. You have to. So he said he can read anything he wants. And, you know, so we were very compatible. We were very happy. We didn't need stuff. And Andy and Linda and the children were nearby. He loved the kids loved him. He was a good, and his kids came flocking in and out. So even in our little place. So everything was very, very nice. And the reason we moved down here to Palm Air, in which we had a huge, beautiful luxury apartment right up the street, was he had an acoustic neuroma, which is a tumor on the auditory nerve. And we went very early on in our marriage because we had the diagnosis maybe a year. I knew it within a year. So the main symptom is there's no hearing in one ear. The deafness is the giveaway with no sign of anything with the ears. Okay, so we went to the University of Pittsburgh, and he had a new procedure, which at that time was new. It was gamma knife therapy, and they essentially halted, minimized whatever was there with the hope that that would be the end of it. But after 10 years, it reappeared. And we never explored, or it wasn't possible to repeat this innocuous therapy where they don't invade. We went that morning and came back that night the first time. And we ended up with the idea of surgical intervention. And he had 10 hours of surgery to remove that neuroma. And he was okay for several years later. And then he started to deteriorate in terms of his mobility, and his face had partial facial paralysis because they cut my trigeminal nerve, which is up here, and it controls a lot. To make a long story short, he was driving and we were doing and going, but we kind of projected that we might need more help, maybe, whatever. So we sold the apartment. It was my apartment technically anyway, in Century Village. And we bought this beautiful, huge apartment. And we were very comfortable, and it was very beautiful, and we furnished it. And I ultimately did have to bring in an aide for him. So he had a nice big bedroom and she had a little area very adjacent. And I slept at the other end of the apartment at night so that I could sleep, you know. So that's what brought us away from where we were. And then when he passed, and after the hurricane, which blew out a part of the apartment, I don't know, I can't even begin to tell you, that was a chapter all its own. See sliding doors there? They popped out of their track. The window in the bedroom, like here, the furniture blew out of that window and out the window down at this end. There must have been a tornado at the end of the hurricane, a spin, because only the corners were affected, the exposed corner apartments, of which I was. So anyway, with that, we had to evacuate.
This is before he died?
Yeah. So what happened was, I'm being stunned. So my first thought was evacuating him. Well, we had to. Scott got the emergency people to get him out on a stretcher and walk down 5 flights of steps. We had no current.
Oh, man.
Anyway, and I did have the aid, and I called Texas and I told them, I says, get him in, Hope, what's her name, will come with him, get us into an apartment or whatever until I can straighten things out. To make a long story short, I was out of the apartment for 7 months, could not move back in. And and I went into a home, into a senior residence, because they would take me on a monthly basis, which insurance was paying for. But so I could just go and be close to the apartment, close to school, and see what had to be done. So anyway, without telling me, they found his care cumbersome and intrusive in their lives, and they brought him here to back to Florida and to a nursing home. His kids, without telling me. So that's a whole other ugly chapter, because the Waldman family I splintered with them, and he did die in the home. He never came back home. But we had no home to come back to for 7 months, and he went downhill very fast. And I was there almost every day. But
Was that 06 or so? Remember?
no, I don't remember dates. I really, Andy would probably know. He knows numbers. I don't know. But what happened was, I fixed up the apartment, and I'm looking around, and I said, what do I need it for? It was big and beautiful. I said, what if I live to be 90? Will I have enough money to sustain myself? So with that, Andy and Linda says, don't sell the apartment. We want it. We'll buy it. They had a townhouse, which was smaller, and also it had steps. People should not grow old with steps. So to make a long story short, I left all my beautiful things. Instead of trying to sell them or whatever, I left pretty much the apartment intact. Those are the only chairs I have from the apartment. I took some of their old stuff from their house because I was leaving them mine, and we swapped.
They're still there?
Oh, sure. But the point is this, I moved right down the street. They're right up the street.
Yeah.
And this apartment is half, less than half. No, maybe.
What, the size?
On the amount of money. So my maintenance is half, My taxes are half of what Andy pays.
Yeah.
Okay? So I'm perfectly comfortable. But the mistake I made was I drove a car. So the location seemed good.
Right.
But now that I don't, I'm isolated. Whatever public transportation there is a couple of miles down the road on the main drag. So that's really the problem.
Yeah.
So in that respect, I regret it.
Couldn't have predicted that.
I didn't ever predict it was. So that's really. So here I am, still in Pompano Beach, and I'm in a multi-age building, people of all ages, and which I like because I could save money in a home at this point monthly, and I have looked and seen, but I don't feel comfortable just being with people in my age group. I'm really blessed with with mobility and interests. And for many years, actually, I would go to Peter's for the weekend in Miami, and we would have season tickets for the opera, the ballet, and things like that. And I would stay overnight, and we'd go out. And now I'm not so keen on popping around and being away for the weekend, like I'm now working out for a few hours. Then I'll lie down and read the paper for an hour or so. I can't just keep going. I miss my yoga classes very much. I had a friend from the complex who drove me. We would go to class together, and that was a very important part of my life. Oh, I lived in an ashram. I didn't even get to tell you that. But, oh, honey, nobody's going to watch it. Ma? Okay.
Do you want to talk about the ashram?
What I want to do is, if they get this and I'm still alive, they can ask me questions. They won't be able to watch it. But the point being, fate dealt me a strange hand, or the way fate does. And you can live lifetimes. You don't have to be in a cemented path, which many people do. They live in a track, in a path, and it's risky to come out of it. But I always had the support system of a family, so that gave me a certain amount of courage. And I didn't envelop myself in stuff too much. We always had a lovely home, and nice and whatever, but I've never been obsessed with having a lot of stuff. I always saw beautiful jewelry and had lots of it, nice things. It was available. I've given most everything away, and the rest was stolen. So everything is transitory. And I enjoy my memories. Sometimes I'm alone and have nothing special to do. And I would be happier doing. I miss going to the theater.
What are some of the memories that you go back to a lot?
I go back my childhood a lot. Those were treasured days when we technically were so poor that we all had to be together. But maybe that's where you learn to value people. And also, don't forget, my parents were basically of an immigrant background. And being with younger people like Martin and Ralph and Sophie opened my eyes to a lot, because they were evolving. And they shared a lot of that with me. I remember the high school football games. When Martin or Ralph's school played, they would buy me the thing to do was go to the Ebbets Field and have a corsage of a chrysanthemum. like a pom-pom. And my uncles would buy me a big fat pom-pom and take me to the ball game when I was in high school, which was, fun, special. And oh my God, if I needed help with anything, I was the dumbest math student. Learning algebra was very hard for me. Martin was brilliant. He knew everything. And whatever he didn't know, he could learn. And he would gently encourage me, teach me. And likewise, my mother didn't have patience for me because I wouldn't let her make my hair curls and whatever. So I waited. When Aunt Sophie came home, since we lived here, she would gently comb my hair, make me pretty curls, and I didn't cry or scream because of the knots. I mean, and my grandmother indulged us tremendously just by being there and talking and playing with us. She was cooking and we were part of it. So life is mainly with people, and it's who you know and who you're with, and that's what's important, I guess. It's not what you have, and it's really very little of it is material that stays with you or that has the real meaning.
Yeah.
So, and I'm just, I guess, people oriented. I have these young people here. They're very cordial and very friendly. We interact a lot. Mm-hmm. And it's my comfort level. Yeah. And I'm really not patient with old people. I'm not. Everybody has the same story. My back hurts, my knee hurts, my heart. I feel but I don't hurt. Yeah. My knee bothers me now, but I know I have someone wonderful taking care of it. Here at Crack. So things happen, but I've been just blessed. A lot of it is in the DNA lottery. But I'm so grateful to you for doing this. And I want to tell you that this is dedicated to Jacob Medvin, my 1.5-year-old grandson. Great-grandson, there's me. That's 7 of them right now, whose daddy asked me to please make a record of my life so that he could share it later on. Yeah. And that what I thought was and I've been trying. I have all these journals of, I forgot to tell you I was in the Israeli army. Oh my God. Start again. But after I retired, and I retired because Peter says, Ma, you're going to go to work forever and you'll be a white-haired lady sitting with all the other widows at the same table at all the patchwork functions. And that shocked me enough. And the rabbi said to me, oh, Lucille, I read this program, blah, blah, blah. It sounds like you'd be interested. That's it. And they had volunteers to Israel. And again, all you needed to do was buy a low-price ticket. And that was it. I was doing it on the cheap. I wasn't taking a grand tour. And off we went. And it was some of the highlights of my life because of the goodness of people and the fact that they dumped me in a machine shop to work where they fixed big trucks. And I saw vehicles coming with bullet holes in the fenders, which was a very shocking thing. See? And then I went to the Air Force, which was a much more deluxe facility. They had heat. And what happened to me at the Air Force was I had a lovely job. I was planting flowers and specially prepared plants for the desert. And to make a longer story short, I fell and broke my arm at an outing with the families of the officers at the Air Force. Their kids were doing something at Ben Gurion's kibbutz, where the school was. That's another story. So I broke my arm. I ended up in the hospital because the base does not take care of you, except if you have a cold. They send them to the civilian hospital. Okay, they fixed my arm. It's broken. And they kept me on a gurney overnight because it was set so late at night. And in the morning, Dr. Marty Levine is the head of the ER. Are you okay? Snip, snip, snip. Fix the cast a little bit. Did they give you breakfast? Doctor, I had tea and toast during the night. I don't want to do anything. I said, they promised me the major is coming with a big shirt for me so I can have something to wear, and they'll take me back to the base. Oh, yes. No. Okay. 20 minutes later comes a tray, tea and toast. The doctor brought it. Jewish doctor, naturally, you have to eat. So I had my tea. Okay. And he goes about his business, and I'm lying there waiting to be picked up. And then marches. The major, the Medvin, there was always somebody in charge of the volunteers. And this was a gal in the army. And she says, come to Porter. We have you a shirt. I'll help you get dressed. And then he reappears. And he says to her, no. He says, she's got a broken arm. It's only hours since it's set. She's still in a little shock. He says, I don't think it's good for her to go riding back to the base. He says, I live right outside here. I'm a kibbutz doctor, and we have a house. He says, I called my wife, and she says, bring the lady home. He says, I will take her home. I swear. And here this guy drives me home to his Romanian-born wife, who embraced me like a sister. They put me to bed with a feather pillow, feather quilt, and the desert nights are cold, and a hot water bottle, and pillows, and whatever. And she prepared food for me. I spent a week there, which was a delicious, experience in life. And after 2 days, she says to me, I know what to make you feel better. She says, I'll wash your hair. I mean, it's like a sister would do.
Yeah.
And then it was an Orthodox kibbutz. On Friday night, she lent me a wraparound skirt and took me to temple with my army shirt and my wraparound skirt. And it's a week going by, and they said to me, you can stay with us, and you could read stories to the children at the Gan, at the nursery. And he says, I'll take you to Tel Aviv, to the army to the hospital where our soldiers go if you're worried, thinking. But you know what? I decided I was cold, so cold. And I wanted to go home to my mommy and my daddy. And so she took me to Jerusalem, to the El Al office, to honor my ticket home because it was, a special rate, which they did. And they put me on a plane, and I went home. And Andy and Linda picked me up, and they almost fainted, they said, when they saw what I looked like. And I stayed with my folks for a couple of months because I needed therapy, and I was going, and the bus from Century Village took me to the Broward Hospital. And of course, we had the swimming pool. And I remember my mother and father had to do hot and cold soaks on my arms, so they kept busy with pots of water because I was, it was disabling for a bit. So that's where I recuperated. And that's how I'm wounded from the Israeli army.
Wow, war hero.
Only there, fortunately, was no one. But I saw and heard. And you know what? The army is a wonderful human social organization. Only war is bad. The bonding of those boys, I didn't see girls at this, but they were there, was beautiful to behold. And as it is in Israel, they can't go. They don't go to school. They go to the army before they go to school, and after they get out of the army, they hitch all over the world to see the world. And it seems that the bonding and the life friendships, the chavarim, are people from their unit. They still talk about the fact he's from my unit. And in middle age, they're buddies. And I was very impressed with that structure. Very much so. And even the way the young soldiers treated older people. I wasn't the only one. There were couples there, middle-aged, and I was rooming with the gal who was a youngster in administration at Harvard. It was a real, and Walter, one of the big commentators on radio and TV, Cowboy. Anyway, no, it wasn't Cronk, it was Cowboy. Two brothers who were news people. Anyway, their daughter was there. She worked as an au pair in Jerusalem the year before she was going to Harvard. I went on a dig in the desert. I forgot to tell you. I didn't come before I got home and before I transferred bases. They didn't take people over 30 I've always wanted to do a dig. So they took, yeah. So what did I do? I put on my boots and my uniform, and I marched to the museum, and I wanted to see the director of archaeology or whoever. And I said, look, I'm working side by side on an army base with people 30 and under. I can do whatever they did. I've been on the trucks and I blew it up. And I says, I've always wanted to go on a dig. I says, I have my own medical insurance. I won't be a burden, and I want to go. And they took me. Oh, so anyway, that was a whole other thing. How did I get there? They had to meet at 7:00 at the bus stop. So somebody says they had a friend at Kibbutz Urim, right near the bus stop, right near Beersheba. She'll call her. So sure enough, she says, so I got there over the night before. These strangers put me up. Yeah. And the husband took me to the bus stop, and I met Chaiki. I had to look for Chaiki and 7 people. And we went on a dig. So now I'm a dig ima. It was an incredible experience. My fingers, I rubbed them to the bone. Every shard we scrubbed and we rubbed. And then we all stayed in this apartment in Beersheba, which only had cots and a table and chairs. And we bought food and made a big group meal at the end of the day. Did you find anything? Did you dig up anything? We did. I have pictures of it too. We got to an installation, and how did they know where to open it? It's very exciting to see them open a dig. They had an aerial view based on the Bible, the transit. And they cordon off an area, not terribly big, and they scrape and the big boss from the museum is there. And they scrape and they scrape. If they find 1 or 2 little shards, they continue to scrape, and they immediately set up an adjacent area so that they can progress. So we did find what had to have been an installation along a trade route or whatever, because we saw signs of a kitchen, a hearth, and shelves, which must have been for sleeping or whatever. So we dug quite a bit and had, this whole thing exposed, not completed, but certainly indications that it was, and in fact, a valid spot. So it was, and they were so cute about it too. And afterwards they said, Zipporah, that's my Hebrew name, Zipporah, you can be a Digimar and come again anytime. So, so what else can I tell you? You can.
Ask you a few questions.
Sure. Oh, if I blabbermouth.
Just some more broad kind of things. Do you have any, like, what do you think is some keys to a successful marriage, relationships? Any idea? 'Cause you had long marriages.
Not long enough.
Well, they would have been longer, but.
Well, I'm saying, so
Yeah.
it's, and of course I had my parents. I think the basis of any real
Interpersonal.
is friendship. You know, and you don't have to be the same and think the same and like the same, but I think a sense of wanting to share, you know, both the concerns and the interests. So there's always got to be learning. I learned more from Sidney Medvin and Shelley Woolman than the colleges. Sidney was brilliant. He was truly, his scope, his knowledge, partly because he taught himself things during the war. When he taught himself calculus. He said, just to keep his mind alert. His reading was so prolific. The only regret I have of what I don't have is the library I gave up of his when I sold my house.
Just sold it to someone?
No, I gave everything possibly away that I could. He had a collection of the British publications because of what he bought overseas. And he just was a truly learned, bright. And I think I have the ability to learn from everybody because I'm interested in what they do. I'm a snoop, an intellectual snoop. So basically, I'm really just interested.
Is that something you think you got from your parents? And also tied in,
No.
What are some of the most valuable things you got from your parents?
My parents, the sense of family and loyalty and caring. But I think this curiosity, I think most of it came from Uncle Martin. Mm-hmm. He used to say to me, he says, you can't view everything. He would point with his hand, so you can't view everything like this. He says, when you look this way, it looks different. Or you see more. I was very attentive to what I saw. And they were school kids. They were, so it was intriguing. And I just listened. And I was a big pain in the ass a lot of the time. I was very frustrating, I think, to my mother. Really. I just wasn't like everybody else, ever. And I think that, you know what I think? Second children are usually very good. I'm thinking of Sidney and his brother, and me and Gloria. I think the younger one gets traumatized by all the crap that the older one dishes out, and they become far more compliant, cooperative, whatever. Philip was his mother's darling, and Sidney was, oh God. And likewise, Glory was like a gem, a darling, perfect child. And I was, they loved me. But I think I was just a handful because everything in life people have, it's by the book. And I never was by the book. When they had the school newspaper in elementary school and I had been writing for it, I loved to write. And they closed it off to girls because girls had to take home ec. Oh my God, I was hysterical. My mother came up to school and they got me to be the only girl on the newspaper. And then when I was taking cooking, finally, she said to me, Lucille Sager, if you want to pass this class, you better stop using your left hand. You do this with your right hand. I'm ambidextrous. I do most everything with my left hand that I can. Because my grandmother told my mother, you have to take the left hand. If they're holding the left hand, they got to put it in their right hand. It's not right. So I think that made me a little nutty. When I left NYU, I was told about the program they were starting on brain physiology and research, and they offered me, if I wanted to stay and apply, I could probably get a PhD slot to continue, because I did get hooked up on the brain very interestingly. Anyway, I couldn't see myself as being far away from home and with the, I thought I had done time enough away from my little kids. And of course, I never even entertained the thought of prolonging it. Now I'm a little sorry, because I loved academia. And of course, Sidney was very academic. So he was always studying and tuned into something. And
Did you ever face any kind of discrimination that you were aware of as a woman? How did you deal with that?
Well, as a young kid, it wasn't really discrimination in my mind. And
Maybe
I
as a
got,
college student
and even as a college student, I don't remember really being terribly affected.
Yeah.
Don't forget, when I was in college, there was a war initially. So that's how we got into school like that. Usually it was more competitive. I got into college in the city, which was, very competitive. My average was less than 90. It was a time when a girl couldn't get in with just 80. I had 89 or 88, and I, had a quick ticket in.
Yeah.
So
regrets? Do you have any, or do you not pay them any mind?
You know what? Looking back now, I've trained myself. The trauma of losing Sidney the way I did, which was trauma. I just have trained myself to think of the good things. You can't recoup time. You can't bring those that were gone. And one of the things my parents stressed to me, and my daddy too, he says, don't keep looking up. He says, you'll always be reaching for something that maybe you can't have. And that was a very good intellectual lesson. And because otherwise, that's what creates want, and that's what makes the society turn.
Practical.
I look up, get more, get.
Oh, yeah, right.
I wasn't preoccupied. I think I recognized that what we had as a family was fulfilling and special, and people were important. That was really important. And things did get better after I saw everything moving up. Each generation had more, could expect more. The truth. Built a beautiful big home from living in a tiny apartment in Brooklyn. Came a long way. And then, of course, I did what nobody else was doing. And soon after I did, other women, mothers, went back to school. One of my friends became a speech therapist. Yeah. And then most people would tell me they envied me, because when they were empty nesters, they felt they had nothing to do. They played bridge. That's why I went to school. And that's what I did. I was too dumb to learn bridge. I didn't like sitting around. I learned mahjong, and I didn't enjoy it. And that's the night I started going back to school. I traded the time for my first class.
When you were a kid, did you have running water and electricity?
Oh, yes. I'm not that old. We had steam heat. Steam heat, they called. We had pipes with hot air coming through. Yeah. Yeah.
Any
We-
accomplishments you're most proud of? I mean, going to college is one.
Learning to roller skate, learning to
skate.
ride a bike.
Sure.
They were,
Everyone learns
they
that.
were, well, they were visible.
Yeah.
Yeah, and doing yoga, learning yoga was I didn't
Yeah.
experience it as accomplishment. I considered it as a part of my life. The first thing I did when I got up from Shiva after Sydney died was go to yoga class, and that was a solace. And that was also very helpful when I went to the ashram as well.
Had you already been doing yoga before that?
Yes, I was in a class. I was not in deeply,
Right.
but I increasingly spent time.
Ashram.
The ashram was part of. How the hell did I get to that? I've been to a few of them, but I think the time when I had time and what to do with it, I spent a month at an ashram, and that was a big impression on my life subsequently.
Yeah.
The kinds of mind opening
Sure.
things and the alternative ways of thinking, the whole philosophy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just experienced and heard and read and zigged and zagged along with the times. I didn't have a specific aspiration. Yeah. I wanted to see my children grow up and also suddenly instilled on the kids. The kids always, we'll take care of you and you'll go to get an education. And then each of you has to feel that you can make your way in the world and be useful in whatever. Because he says, I can't sustain all of you, but so much and so long.
Sure.
So they all grew up to be very responsible and reliable and honest. And to me, that's an accomplishment. And now I have children with grandchildren.
Yeah.
And I have 7 great-grandchildren, which is like winning a lottery.
Yeah. Does that make aging easier, knowing that just seeing the generations continue, or what does it feel like?
I don't know. You know what? I don't feel aging for some reason or other. I don't think of myself. I just think of time and doing and whatever. And
it doesn't worry you or bother you. You don't think about dying.
If I die tomorrow, thank you, God, for what I had. It doesn't. I'm not afraid, and it doesn't bother me. I don't. And you know what? Aunt Edna, who's another Ralphie's widow, and always lived near us. She lived near Mother and Daddy in Centuryville. She was terrified of sick and dying and sick. Anyway, she ended up more or less in our care when he died, because that's the way we were. And I once said to her, because I became close to her, and I ultimately, when I sold my house, bought her an apartment so she could stay near my folks. I says, you know, Aunt Edna, I figured something out. No people, everybody dies. Nobody comes back. I says, maybe they go to a better place. And that would placate her. And at the end, I actually had to take and put her in a home. And we looked after her till she died. And we buried her and whatever. But she had no children. She had nobody. And we sort of kept her going.
Yeah.
Yeah. And everybody stayed close.
Yeah.
Martin and his wife lived in New York, in Brooklyn. So we weren't with them the same way. But whatever.
And as far as, being remembered, anything kind of.
Like everybody remember me as I cared and loved them, and I'm happy.
Yeah.
I have no claim to fame.
No, sure.
I think I lived well. I lived honestly. I had my share of very happy and special times. And I saw war and the end of a war.
Yeah.
And after that, politically, things degenerated. But my main concerns are with the, not the loss, but the substitution of human contact and exchange for mechanical. Everybody looks outside of themselves. And we all are a well within ourselves. And I'm concerned that people bypass that. I'm happy I lived when I did. If I had a choice of eras of when I wanted to live, I would not pick this one. Everybody needs entertainment. Everybody needs sameness.
Yeah.
I don't want to. I want to do it the way I want. I want to eat when I want. I want to eat what I want. I want to think what I want. And yet I'm very concerned. I listen politically. I'm terrified of the world. Not now, but in the future. It's a smokescreen what Donald Trump is doing. People are impressed because their pocketbooks have grown. The GDP of this country has not grown. Nobody knows that. Nobody knows what happens when the birth rate of a country diminishes beyond a certain point. China is very now getting the impact of the one-child policy. They've increased it to a 1 1/3 child statistically. People aren't buying into it. Women have learned another role. China is, I still have an article, I want to send it to Raj. China will be in deep trouble. They will have a society unsustainable by the number of people in it. That's the pitfall that could happen here, a country that immigrants built, and to make blanket statements about murderers and drug dealers coming across to what? It's a fallacy, the whole thing, and walls between people. The man is, oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, the first time I saw Donald Trump, or the second time before he was elected to be a candidate, I says, oh, that's an EDD adult, an ADD adult. Absolutely, absolutely, his whole behavior pattern, which people don't realize, he has to tweet and he has to do it instantly. That's indicative of the personality of the attention deficit child who can grow up to be the most brilliant person. The adult studies on them is very interesting. They're very high achievers. And I have an orthopedist who is one, and I tease him. I says, oh, you know, I had a room full of kids like you. He says, what do you mean? And, you know, age gives you a certain license to be brutally honest. And I adore him. And I never leave that office without him coming out to kiss me goodbye. But it's a way, a style of functioning. And it helps very bright people do a lot and think a lot. But he can't think through another dimension. And his egotism is another. And his upbringing is horrendous. They shipped him off to a military school to get rid of him. That's what you did with rich, bad kids that you couldn't control at home. So he's a dangerous person organically. And then politically is another thing. And he's a liar consistently because he creates his truth. All of these subtle indicative personality things are present in that man. And there was a statement from Tillerson, one of the kicked out or removed, what was he, Secretary of State? Yes, and he did make the statement that he will plunge the world into disaster, which wasn't publicized, of course. I just heard about it. And that's the problem. And if it's a question of him losing his position or starting a war, you don't change presidents during the war. Roosevelt had 3 terms because there was a war. That's his ace in the hole. And I'm very concerned about a war in this decade, maybe even around election time. Yeah. So that's my take on it.
Yeah.
What else can I tell you? I do love you. I think this is a beautiful endeavor, and I'm totally grateful for whoever cares.
I'm grateful
What?
that you wanted to do it. And that I
Of course.
could make it here.
What else can I give my grandchildren? You know, but my life,
Stories are the most important.
well, not the story, but experience. They're experiences. They're not things
Yeah.
I made up. And how did your mother get so daffy and take off? I'll go to dental school. Oh, I'll go to become a therapist. Oh, well, that whatever, that spirit or that, I don't know what it is, but it propels us. And a lot of what propelled me was my uncle giving me the courage not to be afraid. I think that's the point. Because my mother tried to make us afraid of everything. So in a way, it's what you're against that forms you as much as what you're for. Do you know what I'm saying? But my father he didn't chime in with my mother. No, when she wasn't looking, he would chuckle. Or he would call me Biola. Because I was out running, I had sore knees. So he used to say, my Biola, because that was associated with what little boys do.
Oh, okay.
So he said, my Biola. So,
No.
it's a story called life. And that's what I lived. My feeling is I was a blessed person. That's the real feeling I have at my core.
I'm curious, like how, because you've, like you said, you've suffered a lot of trauma and just with the political situation, everything someone goes through in life. How do you stay positive and upbeat?
Well, if I wake up in the morning, I say to myself, oh, a gift. I have a day. That's all I count on. That's the only reality.
Yeah, and you can only focus on yourself.
Not only that nobody else is bothering too much, number one. And number two, all we have is the day we wake up. That's what I realized. Do you have a contract? How long you're going to live? Where you're going to be? We have no contracts. So this is our gift. Do what you will with it. Some of it I just waste. The truth.
Nothing's guaranteed.
Nothing's guaranteed. So I'm grateful for what I have. Not having had but for many years, that was the Depression, we learned that what we had was special. And a gift, you see. Now everything is coming to everybody, or the attitude that young people have, oh, well, all the kids are doing, everybody's getting it, everybody's doing it. I don't have that feeling. I have me. You be who you want. I am. I don't hurt anybody. I don't steal. I do what I can if I can help somebody. The rest is my life. That's what I own. And I don't have to think like you, even though I love you. That's like, I don't think the way my kids think. They, of course, they tolerate me pretty much. My grandchildren appreciate me a little more. Whatever. I done the best with what I had. A million thank yous. I think this is a beautiful thing to do. And in advance, I thank you for Jacob and his generation. I hope they'll look back at this dinosaur and say, I didn't tell you how I got to be a Nunu. Scott, my sons used to call me Lulu. Joel said I was Lulu, the adjective, not the noun. Okay? So when Joel was getting married and I'm walking down the aisle and Linda has Scott in her arms because he's 1.5, I think. And he says, my Nunu. He couldn't say elves. And he had heard Lulu. Yeah. So he said, Lulu, Nunu. And everybody from that time on called me Nunu, all the kids.
That's 40 years ago.
Whatever. He invented it.
Wow.
He marked me. I'm a marked woman.
It's like Dit, right?
Right. How did we?
Richard Dit.
Richard Dit. Your mother's brother Dit. Your mother's brother, Richard. Your mother's younger brother, Richard.
My mother.
From the same mother and the same father and the same grandparents and the same heritage. Nothing will ever change that. Right? Right, audience?
Right. She's got the camera.
And that's your heritage. My father always would say, stick together. That's and just in parenthetical ways, little phrases. Nobody sat us down and said, this is what you do, this is how you act. First of all, they lived it, you know? And then in in ways like that, that's your brother, that's your sister. Otherwise, I probably would have killed my sister. It must have been days what they reminded me. Whatever. But I'm grateful for your mommy to sharing this.
Yeah.
And I'm grateful for this gorgeous child and soul that you brung to us. And you have to be grateful for the fact that your mother always let you be who you were. And it was not always a carbon copy of what all the other kids were.
Yeah.
So in that way, it was within her, too, to pass that on. And Michael, too. She let you follow your heart and your spirit.
Yeah.
And that's a special gift. You may not be the richest person in the world, but you will own your soul. And that's very important, in my opinion.
Yeah.
In my opinion. I have to qualify that because most people think I'm nuts. What can I tell you? If Joel were alive, he'd have a running commentary and you'd roll on the floor because his sense of humor was unbelievable. Yeah. And also he was very bright and he could get to the heart of things in a fantastic way. Right, Robin?
Absolutely. He was hysterical.
And these kids always they knew who their cousins were. They knew who belonged to each other. And it was special. It was important.
Still is.
And it still is. You see how this motley crew regroups and retains a relationship. Relationships are important.
Yeah.
They're the most important. So, anyway.
If you got nothing else, you got each other.
We have each other and we have the day. Yeah. That's the only guarantee I can tell you. When you have anything else, you don't know. That's one of the things I learned with going to sleep with a man and him not waking up the next day. That's life. Gone.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the basic reality of life. You don't have a contract. So it's gone. So I always feel you have a treasure of a limited size, a limited amount.
Yeah.
And then it's gone. So can I feed you before you take the plane?
Let's eat.
Yeah. I don't know. Okay. I don't know how many hours. Bob and I haven't talked this much in my whole life. Sure. I meant to tell you, would you like to know the middle names of your cousins? Did you know the middle name of Stephen Sager, the oldest of the generation? Of course not. Do you have a clue?
No.
Stephen is 75. His middle name is Tobias. Oh, I have to get dressed.
Well, we can leave it off.
Well, no.
Hold it.
Do I have to press it?
No.
Oh.
Okay, take two. Well, thanks for spending the time, Nunu. It's really special.
Thank you. I feel immortalized. And I thank you on behalf of the little ones who never know me. And hopefully will wonder and look back. And maybe one of them will say, oh, look, I have curls like my Nunu. Look, I have blue eyes like my Nunu. Or the boys will say, what a tomboy my Nunu was.
What a boiler.
Or the boilers, yeah. And to see another generation like this with the kindness and the dedication to family and the interest to perpetuate our spirit and our experiences is very special to me. And amongst my riches, or the riches of my life, has been the family I was born into. And hopefully that will be something that all of my offsprings and their progeny can say. So all of you, love each other, love peace in the world, and give out kindness. And that's the most important thing. Once you have enough to eat and wear and are sheltered, think of what you can give rather than what you can get. Are we okay?
This wasn't recording.
I want a refund. I want a refund. Eat.
This was recorded. We got it on here.
What?
We got what you just said on here.
Shows you nothing in life is perfect. Nothing in life is
Communication
perfect.
breakdown.
It's just everything breaks down except love it. Love it.
That's true. All right.
That's all.
Well, I love you.
I love you. And I want you to come back. Well, next time you come, I'll do a thing for you in my bikini at the water.
Oh, me too. Okay.
I promise you sunshine.
Okay,
I
it's
owe
a
you
deal.
time in the sun.
Okay. Until next time.
However, don't make too long a space. I must caution you, with the best of intentions, I can't anticipate.